Check 1, 2. Hello, everyone. This is Rachel Gamble with Macon-Bibb Public Affairs. We are getting ready to get started here with our committee meetings for the day. We went ahead and turned on our live stream so we could get it loaded up at Macon-Bibb.us so anyone without Facebook is able to watch it there. Hello, everyone. Again, this is Rachel Gamble with Macon-Bibb Public Affairs. We are streaming live. To all the attendees in the meeting, please make sure your audio is turned on. I see a few of you without audio connected. Just click that join with audio button. We'll be getting started here in a few minutes, just getting loaded up on the website. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Just so y'all know, we are streaming live on Facebook. We went ahead and started it so people could get tuned in. Let's see. I see we've got Commissioner Shepard. If you could click that join with audio button. We're still getting people added on. Mr. Mayor, we should be ready to go right at 9 o'clock. Everything is.
As long as you got a quorum, sir. Wow, that would be nice to get started.
Just a reminder for everyone to hit the join with audio button. If it is not clicked, depending on the device you're using, it might be on the bottom left of your screen. It might be on the top taskbar. Just a reminder to hit the join with audio button and turn your mic on.
Man, thanks. There's Carol.
Go ahead and unmute.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to committee meetings of Macon-Bibb County Commission for this Tuesday, May the 26th. I hope everybody had a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. And let me read this disclosure and information piece as I am required to do. For these meetings, pursuant to instructions from the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald J. Trump, the Governor of Georgia, the Honorable Brian Kemp, and the Mayor of Macon-Bibb County, Honorable Robert A. B. Rickert. Macon-Bibb County committee meetings scheduled for Tuesday, May the 26th will be available to the Macon-Bibb County Commissioners by conference call only for the committee meetings, all of the committee meetings, and we're having several of them today. The commission chambers will be closed to the public and press as we follow the recommendations from the White House and the state capitol to limit public gatherings in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, the public and the press may only access the meeting simultaneously online at www.maconbibb.us or www.facebook.com/Macon-Bibb County. And again, we're going to have several committee meetings today. We're going to start momentarily with the Economic and Community Development Committee, and there are a number of appointments on that agenda. And then we'll transition over to Facilities and Engineering Committee. And then that will be followed by the Public Safety Committee. And then we'll have a meeting of the Committee of the Whole. And then finally, we'll have Operations and Finance, and that will allow Chairman Watkins to not only take up the agenda items that he has on his agenda for action today, but also to continue with his budget discussions. Let me see if the county attorney has any announcements that we need to make at this point. None, according to Mr. Groover. And therefore, we'll go ahead and turn this over to Chairman Lucas and let her convene the meeting of the Economic and Community Development Committee. Chairman Lucas.
Okay, thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Is there anybody else awake other than the mayor? Nobody's saying it. Nobody's saying anything. All right, well,
Good morning.
we'll go for it.
Had to unmute.
We're going to go ahead and call this meeting of the Economic and Community Development Committee to order. And we have a variety of items on our agenda today, and we're just very pleased that all of the committees have something on their agenda today, and I think that's great. We will first of all let everyone know that the 5 members who serve on the Economic and Community Development Committee are myself, Lucas, Chair, Commissioner Schlesinger is Vice Chair, and we are also joined on the committee by Commissioner Bivens, Commissioner Shepherd, and Commissioner Watkins. And I do believe we have, let's see, is Commissioner Bivens with us today?
Yeah, you may need to have a roll call, Chairman Lucas.
All right, sir. Professor, we will. Commissioner Lucas, I'm here. Commissioner Schlesinger.
Here.
Commissioner Bivens. Commissioner Shepherd.
Here.
And Commissioner Watkins.
Here.
Okay, so we have 4 of the 5 members here, and hopefully Commissioner Bivens will join us during this meeting. We'll first entertain a motion to approve the minutes of May 12th.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Any changes? If not, all in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll recommend approval. All right, the next item is appointments to authorities, boards, and commissions. A is a resolution reappointing Janice J. Habersham to the Macon-Bibb County Library Board of Trustees. I think I saw Janice. Yeah, Janice, is she muted?
And I think also,
I see her waving.
I think also Jennifer Lotzenheiser is on the call with us as well.
Okay, great.
That's correct.
Great.
I'm here. I don't want to speak in Janice's stead if she has an opportunity to unmute.
Right. I know that I saw Janice on here.
She was here. I no longer have her on my list here.
Okay, well, anyway, we'll entertain a motion for the approval.
Second.
Been motion and second to approve the reappointment of Janice Habersham. And since we can't find Janice, we'll call Jennifer, if you could speak to Janice's service.
She's coming back on the meeting now, just so y'all know.
Is she?
She's logging
all
back
right.
in.
Janice, thank you for finally appearing here.
Okay, hello.
We have been searching for you.
Okay, great. I'm here.
Do any members of the committee have any comments or any questions? All right, Janice, if you would just tell us first about your service and why you want to continue serving. And Jennifer, then you can chime in with anything that you'd like to share.
Well, I've been on the board off and on for the last 20 years, and I am a retired media specialist. So books and reading are so important to me. And my goal is to increase the desire for children to read. Reading is the key to success in this world. So I am just a total advocate. I love working with Jennifer, and we've done some wonderful things. And we've watched the library turn, completely change as far as reaching the community and helping one another and getting people to read, and the computer lab and a lot of things that serves this city in so many wonderful ways. And I'm just glad to have been a part of it several times. I've been the board chair twice. And this time I want somebody else to do it. I'm just gonna lay back, enjoy, and work.
if they let you. All right, Jennifer, you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, clearly Ms. Habersham is very passionate about library service, and we appreciate having a mix of fresh and also veteran board members. We believe that it guides the
I don't
continuity
think
of the
those are
library service.
opposites now. I don't think.
That's right.
Come on now.
Then I've said enough.
Yeah, well, no, I just want to compliment you and those who serve this community on boards like the library board, because people really don't realize all that you do. And during the pandemic, during the times that people have been sheltering in place, the libraries have been closed, but they have continued to offer service, as have many other entities in the community. But they have continued. I've watched all of the different programs, the reading, all of the different things that you've been offering. Could you just share one or two innovative things, and then we'll move on to approval on this? In either one of you, Janice or Jennifer.
Well, I can start as far as the library has gotten more involved with the community. It's had more services. Even during the pandemic, they had online activities and storytelling activities. It's just been fantastic what we're doing. And we're kind of like, we need people to know more, and we need people to know more about what we're doing. Some fantastic things are going on in the Middle Georgia Regional Libraries.
Okay, specifically, Jennifer.
Specifically, I'm most excited about how we were able to completely rework the summer reading program to be fully engaged in a virtual environment, but also not leave behind our students who are not able to participate virtually. And so summer reading program is going to happen again this year. It's going to be just as big and as engaged as it has been in the past. And we hope that everyone will sign their children up and participate as a family.
Okay, I think it's just wonderful, and thank you so much. Before we vote on this, could you tell us where we are on the improvements to the library branches? Shirling Library, I know that we put some money in the SPLOST for that, but there are some other projects that are ongoing as well.
So you mentioned the Shirling and the SPLOST. That funding is not actually available to the library yet, but that's okay because we are also on the state list for the 90-10 split, so that the state can help fund some of those improvements as well. And we are hopeful that next year that will be considered by the state and be able to turn the local $1 million investment into a $3 million investment. So we're really excited about that. Bloomfield facility, that joint use facility, is complete and ready to open. It was ready to open on April 1st after 3 years of hard work. And unfortunately, the pandemic made that not possible. But we look forward to being able to restore services to that facility as well.
Okay, just to be clear, what are the services that are going to be offered at Bloomfield?
That is
at the rec center?
Yes, ma'am. That is a fully functional branch. It's a small branch and it's focused on tech, but it still has circulating materials. It has programming. It's STEM focused. So the branch manager there is very experienced in coding and gaming and that sort of thing to make sure that the students are able to engage with technology in a meaningful way.
Okay, Commissioner Watkins, I'm sure you are happy about that.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but I think it's going to be a great project, though. We've been working on that one hard.
I think so too. I just wanted everybody to know that at Bloomfield, there is a library branch that's going to be there that will be wonderful for that area of town. So, okay, any further discussion, questions, anything?
There's a library branch. There's a library branch, new basketball court, like 2 baseball fields, and I think I left something out. But
anyway, they'll find out. They'll find out when they visit. Anything else? Mayor, did you have anything?
No, ma'am. We're just excited that Janice wants to continue to serve. You can tell she's obviously been an engaged and a wonderful board member, so we're delighted to renominate her for reappointment to the library board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that is great. And on a little side note, Janice's daughter,
Jasmine.
Jasmine, Jasmine is an opera star, and she's presently with which opera?
Well, actually, unfortunately, we are supposed to be in June. We all were going to Barcelona, Spain for her to premiere in Europe. But of course, that's been canceled. And she's just right now just laying low, being hopeful. They rescheduled that for 22. So we're going to go anyway in 22. So she's
Right.
her career is really starting pretty, moving pretty good. And we're really thankful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much. Okay, all in favor of the motion to approve the reappointment of Janice Habersham, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we will recommend to the full commission your reappointment to this board. And thank you both so very much for all that you're doing, and keep it up. Keep it up.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
All right. All right, the next item is a resolution appointing Molly McWilliams Wilkins to the Macon-Bibb County Pedestrian Safety Review Board. And I see that I'm the sponsor of this, although I didn't, well, I guess I am sponsoring it since my name is on it and I don't have a problem with it. Is Ms. McWilliams with us?
She
Oh,
is.
yeah. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. I'm great. It's been a while since I've seen you.
It has been a little while. It's good to see all of you.
Yeah, we'll entertain a motion to approve this nomination.
So move.
Second.
It's been motion and second to approve the appointment of Molly McWilliams Wilkins to the Macon-Bibb County Pedestrian Safety Review Board. Tell us what you want us to know about you and your potential service on the board.
Oh goodness. Well, so I currently work for a local school here in Macon-Bibb, but previously I had worked in human resources for a large restaurant chain. And that was when I first really became aware of the issues that many pedestrians face even while just getting to work, because so many of my employees would walk to work and I would hear them talk about the different hazards they would face. And that just seemed to be a huge problem for me, because we shouldn't have problems with our workforce simply getting to work. So I'm looking forward to being able to help with those issues and learning about more ways that we can help with that as a county.
Okay, well, you'll be pleased to know that this commission has taken a position of support for the work, and we've even put it in our code of ordinances where it is an ongoing entity, which shows you our support for it, and we've been able to achieve quite a bit. As a matter of fact, I wanted to let Commissioner Wynn, the Chair of Public Safety, know that we were wanting to come and make a presentation to your committee on the things that we feel need to be done in the area of pedestrian safety, and also to make a request to reduce the speeds on just a few streets. So we'll be making that request, Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas.
All right, all those in favor of the appointment of Molly McWilliams Wilkins to the Macon-Bibb Pedestrian Safety Review Board, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so that's unanimous. Molly, thank you so much for being here. You're welcome to stay, as the mayor usually says. You're welcome to stay, but if you can't, then we'll understand. But we will recommend your appointment to the full commission next week.
I'll stay as long as I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, the next item is a resolution appointing Kimberly A. Pickens to the Macon-Bibb County Tree Board. And last week, I think some people had a question about the tree board.
Right.
It was at one time very active, especially since we were having storms and trees fell on. I think we had an unfortunate incident where a tree fell on a lady's car out near Wesleyan College some years ago. And that kind of rejuvenated the interest in the trees and where we allow them to to remain and cutting back. And then there was also a study that was done. It was a tree canopy study where we were given information as to how many of our trees we were losing to just, parking lots and other kinds of things. So Tree Commission did function, and our forester was a member of it. I don't know whether the forester is automatic. Do we have a forester?
Chairman Lucas, I would say that the composition of the tree board is pretty specific, and you may want to call on the county attorney, either Michael or whoever worked on this, to kind of go over for the committee the required composition of the tree board, and then who's filling which slot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Attorney Groover.
Thank you, Chair. The composition is set by our code, and there are specific designations. One designation shall be a representative of any historic districts in Macon. 3 shall be citizens at large, which I think Ms. Hopkins is one of those for today if she's approved. 1 shall be a contractor or developer. And 2, Madam Chair, this is to your point, be persons professionally trained in forestry, botany, horticulture, or landscape architecture. So there are specific designations. This is a citizen at large appointment today.
Okay. So how many members? I've forgotten how many total members.
7.
There are 7. And how many appointments are we doing today?
I'm sorry, the board is composed of 14. 7 are ex officio, and then 7 are appointed by the mayor with confirmation of this commission. Today, is this the only one? Oh, they're all.
We've got.
Okay, we're all 7 today for the appointments.
Okay, so
This will be the first one for an at-large appointment.
Okay, when we do these, would you please tell us the position
Yes.
the designated position that person is holding? Is this board, is the composition going to be representative of the community? Black, white, male, female, young, old?
Mr. Mayor, I'll let you take that from an appointment standpoint. You're making the appointment.
I'm not aware of any specificity in the ordinance for composition by race or by sex or by gender or by age. We've just selected a good slate of people that I think you'll appreciate.
Okay, that's a good answer, and that's one that gets you out of that question. But my question remains that on any boards that we have, and I'm going to continue to say that it needs to reflect the community. And when we don't do that, we say to segments of this community that we didn't care enough to try and make sure that everybody was represented. I don't care what it is. And I think we ought to adopt that position. So I understand, and this is no reflection on the folks who are being nominated. I feel certain that they're going to be approved. But I just wanted to make that statement as a matter of what I expect. And I know, we need to make that statement to whomever the new mayor is, that we expect these kinds of boards to reflect the makeup of this community. Otherwise, we'll continue to be criticized for not doing that and leaving people out. But anyway, all right, Kimberly A. Pickens to the Macon-Bibb County Tree Board. And I see Kimberly is here. Welcome.
I am here. Thank you.
Good. Have you been a part of any of our meetings before?
I have not.
Okay, I'm sure after this experience, you will want to, to join us regularly.
Oh, absolutely. It's interesting. Yeah.
It is.
Thank you.
It is. All right, we'll entertain a motion.
I so move.
Second.
The motion and second.
Madam Chair, may I interject something just to clarify? Ms.
Yes.
Pickens and Ms. Pickens, correct me if I'm wrong, she is the designated as one of the two for landscape architecture, horticulture, and botany. Your background is botany.
That is correct. Yeah, I am landscape. I am horticulture, and more specifically, tree. I got my PhD at the University of Tennessee in plant sciences, an entire background in it. Yeah, and I've worked with Michael before. I've worked with Carol Kelly. I'm a professor at Middle Georgia State University.
Who is Michael?
Michael Glisson.
Oh, that Michael. Okay.
Sorry, that is probably a few.
Yeah. Okay, that's impressive.
Wow to that.
Pardon?
I said all I can say is wow to her background.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies,
I'm excited.
Ladies do it. Ladies know how to do it. Okay, are there others who have questions, comments? All right. So we'll vote on the resolution appointing Kim A. Pickens to the Macon-Bibb Tree Board. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Ms. Pickens, we're going to recommend you to the full commission next Tuesday for appointment to the tree board, and we appreciate your willingness to serve.
Well, thank you for
Commissioner
asking
Lucas.
me. I'm looking forward to it.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
You skipped over Emily Hopkins, who was number C. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She's C, and she is one of the citizens at large appointees.
Okay, mine did not print out. When I printed the agenda, it did not print out. I would never, ever overlook Emily. How are you today, Emily?
I'm great. How are you doing?
That's great. That's great. We'll entertain a motion on Emily Hopkins.
So moved.
Second.
Been motion and second to approve Emily Hopkins to membership on the tree commission, tree board.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
And Emily, as we all know, is the Main Street manager, but now working at Newtown and serves as the director of place at Newtown. So she was wearing two hats and does an excellent job with both. And I think she'd make a wonderful addition to the tree board. Happy to nominate her.
That's great. That's great. Emily?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. That's really kind. When Michael Glisson asked me to be on the tree commission, I was excited to accept the offer. And when he told me about some of the plans that they're interested in doing, like increasing the tree canopy in downtown, that's something that our Main Street board has talked about in different areas, revitalizing the Cherry Blossom Trail. Those are all things that help the overall economic development of Macon-Bibb County. And I'd be happy to do that. In my role at Newtown as director of place and the Main Street manager, whatever we can do to make Macon-Bibb more beautiful and make it more enticing for investment is something I'm always happy to help with.
Okay. Mr. Glisson, that takes care of downtown. What about the rest of Macon-Bibb?
That's actually Alex Morrison is actually looking to be, we're looking to approve him as a member. And honestly, Carol Kelly's in on this call also, and I need to extend a big thank you to her. She's kind of helped us along in this process of trying to kind of breathe life back into the tree commission. Like you said, it kind of fell by the wayside, and I think a lot of that was because the previous president, or I'm not sure what the actual title was at the time, but Derek Catlett, who I actually worked with him out of Middle Georgia State, he moved on and he had to kind of start his own business. So I think once that leadership kind of fell out, that it was kind of tough for them to keep it going. But like I said, we're trying to breathe life back into it. And again, we are Randall Hunt, who was the previous forester for Macon-Bibb County. He is actually, it's in the ordinance that Georgia Power has somebody serving on our tree committee, and Randall Hunt, it actually worked out pretty well.
He was our forester.
He is the forester for Georgia Power. So he's actually going to be sitting on the board as well. So we've got a great group, and I think that we're kind of having to piece it together. Right. I think we're headed in the right direction. And like Emily said, kind of my thought process behind it. And Carol, you jump in if you have anything to add. But getting people like Alex Morrison and Emily Hopkins, people that are involved with some of this new development and things like that, I thought would play like a really key role in what the tree commission would do, because we would be able to see some of these, it's kind of getting the right people in the room together to kind of see landscape plans and kind of urban forestry development and things like that. We can all kind of put our kind of 2 cents in on it and everybody be on the same page.
Yeah, well, that's great. My only concern is that we not have folks who just look at one area of the community. Right. Every area has trees, and every area needs to be protected from us burning ourselves up by paving over everything and tearing down and cutting down trees. So I just wanted to make that statement up front, that this is about all of Macon-Bibb County. This is not about downtown, because that's not the only, I just wanted to make that, I'm up front and I'm going to tell you what I think up front, and that is what I think. And I can't see anybody thinking any other way other than that. All right, Commissioner Wynn, and then we're going to take a vote on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Michael was just talking about the trees in the area, but you made a good point. I think we need to look at our entrances to Macon and make them beautiful with entrances like on Highway 80 coming into Macon. We need to have some trees that look good as you enter our county. And same thing on every corridor that enters Macon, south, north, east, and west, because I've seen some communities that have beautiful trees lining the roads as you come in. Columbus is one of them on the side coming in from this side. So we need to look at that and just put some things that make Macon attractive and welcoming to our people coming through.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you're right. Thank you. And if we are lucky enough to get that grant, Mr. Mayor, we may be able to do that interest at Pinona Avenue. We're applying for a $50,000 grant, and we've gotten it before for Mercer University for that area there. And so hopefully we will get it for the Pinona area and beautify those entrances. So anything else? All right, did we have a motion? Janice, did we get a motion and a second?
Yeah, we did. You do have a motion and a second for Emily
Okay,
Hopkins.
thank you. All right, all in favor of the motion to approve Emily Hopkins to serve on the Macon-Bibb County Tree Board, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Emily, thank you so much, and we're going to recommend your approval to the full commission.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay with us if you like.
Okay, I'll stay for a little bit.
Some good stuff in community development. All right.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
I was curious on this commission, and I just looked over the rest of the list to one of your points earlier on the representative and the diversity of it. You mentioned earlier that there are 14 appointments total to this board. So in the second round, are we anticipating, and I heard the answer to the question of I think you asked about downtown, who's representing the rest of the county. And the answer was Alex Morrison, who also spoke district, not downtown. So what are the plans for the remainder of the board appointments?
Well,
Madam Chair, can I
can speak to that for a second.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Attorney, who? The
Well,
attorney.
I'll speak since I spoke to it first.
Go ahead.
There are 14 under the ordinance. There are 14 total members, 7 of which are appointed by mayor and commission, and 7 of which are ex officio, that is by title. So, for example, the other 7 members who are not appointed by mayor and commission would be the director of public Department of Parks and Beautification, the forester, the member of the State Forestry Commission, the director of Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful Board, this designee, a representative of Georgia Power, the director of County Extension Services, and the director of Macon-Bibb County Planning and Zoning Board. Those are the other 7 by title designation.
So this is the entire slate of appointments that I'm looking.
That's correct.
Okay, with those different groups, possibly that it'll be the director or a designee. Is that usually
That's
the way it
correct.
works?
That's
So we
correct.
have an opportunity with those entities. Are those voting members?
No, ma'am.
The others, the 7, they're ex officio.
They're ex officio members.
No vote. Okay, so the folks that we are approving are the ones who would actually vote on things. The others would not, and there would not be fair and equitable representation over the entire board of the community.
That's correct.
I think so. We're in a situation now where we've got folks who've agreed to serve, so we've got to go ahead and approve. I don't see any resistance to any of the folks who have been nominated, but we've got to correct that.
Commissioner Lucas, could I speak?
Sure. Carol.
Carol from the Extension Office. I've served on the board for the past 13 years as in an ex officio capacity, and I just want to reassure you that through the years that I've been a part of it, the board has really made an effort to address the whole community, move Arbor Day events throughout the community, and the appointees, the seven voting members are from a variety of sections of Bibb County, a variety of interests. The first couple y'all talked about may have particular interest in downtown Macon, but this is a diverse board. To your point, it's not racially diverse, and I think that's something we probably need to work on in the future. But I would also argue that there's not as much racial diversity, unfortunately, in the forestry field, landscape field, but I think that's something we can improve on in the future. But as far as young, old, people that have been a part of,
we're hearing somebody's
Can I just remind everyone to please mute your microphone if you're not speaking? Please mute your microphone if you're not speaking, because we can hear you.
I think Michael and Pam and I and the Seth Hawkins from the Forestry Commission, we understand your point about diversity and looking out for all of Macon-Bibb County, and we will take that point to heart as we sit down with this new group at a first meeting.
Okay, that's great. It's like a marriage. You have to make your point up front, because as you get into it, it's kind of, you know, it's harder to make your point.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So where are we, Janice?
Okay, we are at Robert Sargent, who is number E.
Okay.
Madam Chair, he is the other forestry expert.
Oh, okay.
By designation.
All right. Is Mr. Sargent on with us?
I did not see him.
Okay, Ms. Mayor, you want to talk about this nominee, and then we can do a tentative approval and do a final approval at pre-commission next week?
That would be great, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. Mr. Sargent has a bachelor's degree in wildlife ecology. He has a master's degree in forest resources and a PhD in forest resources from the University of Georgia. We're delighted that somebody with these qualifications is willing to serve, and we think he would be an excellent addition. Since 2015, he's been a program manager for the Georgia DNR Wildlife Resources Division. And, you know, not only do you want to have a tree canopy, you want to have critters in the trees, birds and wildlife, and look out for that interest as well. I think he'd be an excellent addition. Happy to nominate him.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Been motion and second to tentatively approve Robert A. Sargent Jr. to the Macon-Bibb Tree Board. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I think everybody, Rabbi, I think it's just you and I. I didn't hear anybody.
That was an aye.
Silence means consent.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Okay. So, Mayor, is it your plan for Mr. Sargent to join us next week?
Yes, we'll try to have him at pre-commission.
Okay. Sometimes this is confirmation is the only approval, is the only time that we get to meet some of the folks who are being appointed to the various boards. So I just think it's important that we at least get to say hi to the people that we're voting to approve to these different boards and authorities. So that's why we feel like it's important. Okay, we'll recommend approval of Mr. Sargent Jr. to the tree board. The next one is a person who is familiar to all of us, Mr. Alex Morrison. And the resolution, it's a resolution appointing Alex Morrison to the Macon-Bibb Tree Board. Mr. Morrison, I know is here. We'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Did we get a second?
Need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned and second to approve Alex Morrison to the Macon-Bibb Tree Board. Alex, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay, tell us why you want to serve on the tree board.
Well, I was pleased to be asked by Mr. Glisson to join, and I'm here in this capacity as a resident of Historic District, fulfilling that capacity. I think that to what Michael said earlier and what everybody has said is that our trees and vegetation are crucial to the overall value of our neighborhoods throughout Macon-Bibb. I think it's one of the few things that sets Macon apart from a lot of other cities is the fact that we do have such a biodiverse community in a relatively dense urban area. So it is vital to our overall interest, and it's part of our uniqueness and authenticity as a city. So I was pleased to be asked, and I think that it's an honor to be able to do this. In my capacity as the person from the Historic Districts, I'm a past chair of the Historic Macon Board. And then obviously I live in the Vineville Historic District, and then professionally we have property interest in the East Macon Historic District, Downtown Historic District, In-Town Historic District, and other areas. So a lot of different hats, as the mayor likes to say.
Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion on Alex's nomination? All right, if not, all in favor of approval of this nomination, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I think the one aye has it, and I vote aye. So there's two of us.
Thank you.
All right, we'll recommend your approval to the full Board of Commission, Alex, and thank you for your willingness to serve on all these different boards. It's been a pleasure for me to serve with you on the Cultural Review Board. That's not the name of it, but the Cultural Board and a number of others. And you've always brought a lot to the table. So thank you very much. All right. The next one is a resolution appointing Ryan D. Griffin to the Macon-Bibb County Tree Board. Mr. Mayor?
And this is for the contractor or developer position.
Okay.
All right, and most of us are familiar with Brian Griffin's work, but he, in addition, is a graduate of the University of Georgia, has a Bachelor of Business Administration in real estate. So he's got his education in real estate, and he's a real estate developer. I think he would bring this sense of balance and help the tree commission make wise decisions that are good for everybody, including the developers who have to, their interest has to be taken into consideration. And I think he'd be an excellent addition. Happy to nominate him.
Okay, is Mr. Griffin here with us? I didn't see. Okay, we'll do this nomination as we did a previous one, and that is to tentatively approve based on, and it's contingent upon our meeting that person or talking with that person at the pre-commission next week. Is that okay with the committee? All right, all in favor of that nomination to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Commissioner,
Yes.
you did not get a motion or a second.
Okay, well, we're not used to having so many things. We're just so excited to have all of these items on our agenda. We'll entertain a motion.
Yes, motion for approval.
The motion and second to approve this nomination. Thank you, Janice.
You're
welcome. Straight. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we will look forward to talking with Mr. Ryan Griffin at pre-commission next week. All right, the next one is a resolution reappointing Jackie Harper to the Macon-Bibb Tree Board. We'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motion and second to approve this reappointment. Mr. Mayor, reappointment is Jackie Harper here with us?
No, ma'am, she is not.
It's a female.
I believe so.
Yes.
Michael may be able to tell us a little bit more about why he thought that Jackie would be good to be reappointed. I guess that's some continuity. Michael?
All right.
Well, yes, thank you, Mayor. And I mean, truthfully, just to kind of give y'all some background, obviously with all these appointments that we're having to do, we didn't really have a whole lot of people to reach out to. You know what I mean? We're having to kind of rebuild the tree board and or the tree commission, should I say? And truthfully, just talking with Carol, you know, obviously I'm fairly new to this whole this aspect of it, but Carol Kelly, like I said, deserves a lot of credit in kind of helping me rebuild all this. And Carol actually would probably have a little more information regarding Jackie Harper, but truthfully, it just kind of made sense to reach out to somebody that was a former you know, member of the tree commission, to reach back out to them and see if they were still interested in rejoining.
Yeah. You can also always reach out to the chair of that committee that the folks are gonna come before. So, right. You know, and I've been around a while, so I've met a lot of these folks. And so the different commissioners could also be a source of references for these various boards. And we certainly condone that. We want you to do more of that. So, all right. So this is a female, Jackie Harper, and has served before, and this is a reappointment. Have we gotten a motion and second?
Yes, ma'am, you do.
All right. All in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
We said it in unison.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. All right. Opposed, same sign. All right. We will recommend the reappointment, but we surely would like to see. I probably know Jackie Harper and just don't remember the name. So I certainly would like to meet this person at our pre-commission next week. So, okay, that takes care of that. We just are so pleased that y'all have agreed to serve on these things because it's personal time.
Commissioner, you have one more.
All right.
Wayne Woodworth.
So for some reason, all of my agendas are not printing off. Wayne it's just the little line that comes after the is this a resolution appointing Wayne Woodworth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Is that the one?
Yes,
okay. Is Mr. Woodworth with us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. He's been here a long time. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. We'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Hey, it's been motion and second to appoint Wayne Woodworth to the Macon-Bibb County Tree Board. This was a lot of work, Mr. Glisson. So thank you and Carol for your
Yes,
work on pulling these folks together. These are a lot of appointments. Mr. Woodworth, we've got a motion and a second to approve your nomination to the Tree Commission. Tell us why you'd like to serve.
Well, my background is in engineering, and but I've had the pleasure to serve on the KMBB board for the last 2 years, and I've been a master gardener. And when I was asked to serve on this board, I knew Michael Glisson and said yes right away. I'd be interested because I have a respect for his knowledge and where he comes from. I've been involved recently here with, I live in Providence, and I was appointed to be in charge of the tree committee here, and we're looking at issues to preserve our trees in Providence for the coming years. Now we have a concern there, and I'm looking to share this with the rest of the Macon-Bibb community, because the same problems we have here, I'm sure we have in other places. So we're reaching out with that, and I've had a chance to meet a lot of people, really around the world, and taking on preserving the cherry blossom trees.
Okay.
And so got a lot of contacts there, and I have been giving PowerPoint presentations when that was we were still able to do that, to garden clubs and civic organizations. And this is kind of communication with the community, communication through back to the commission, and getting word out to the community. And I think that's important, to get everybody on the same page here. So that's why I'm excited to be part of this board. So
okay, we can tell you've stayed with us all this time, and you seem like you're gonna stay with us the remainder of the time. You're hooked.
I'm in it now. Yes.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Woodworth?
Ms. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. Mr. Woodworth, you live in Providence.
Yes.
And I know that you folks out there have had some issues with trees. You had tree removal along the backside of Providence, along the interstate, where they took down all the trees, and then they've got constructions at your front entrance that's taken down a lot of trees. So I know you've got some experience working with things that are removing some of the trees in our community. So I hope you continue to do that and expand all around the community to see where construction may be affecting the trees.
Right. We're actually burning ourselves up by removal of trees. And so I'd like for this group to bring back to us at some reasonable time any studies that you've done, any information that you've gotten as to the temperature that our community that we experience as a result of removal of trees, and what your recommendations would be for this whole community on tree removal or not to remove trees. You can be beneficial to a lot of development, a lot of developers in the area too. So we appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. All in favor of the motion to approve Mr. Woodworth, say aye.
You need a motion and a second.
I thought we got a motion and a second.
Oh, did you?
Rabbi,
okay, I missed it.
All right,
thank you.
Second.
All right, it's been motion and second to approve Mr. Woodworth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Gosh, I'm gonna live up to my old reputation after a while. I keep getting these. All right, so are those all of the nominations, Ms. Ross?
Yes, it is.
Those are all of our nominations. We want to congratulate all of you and thank you so much, as we said, for your willingness to serve. All right. Yes. Commissioner Jones.
Mallory Jones here. Yes, I just want to make a comment. The we had a tree commission before.
Right.
I guess it's called a tree board now.
Yes.
It's used interchangeably. And
No, we changed a lot of the different commissions so as not to confuse those commissioners with the Macon-Bibb commissioners. We changed those, the name to boards.
Board, okay.
So that they would be serving on boards, not commissions.
Okay. Previously, it was called the Tree Commission, and
right.
And I didn't remember Carol being on there, and I'm glad she is. I'm glad Michael Glisson. We've got some really good expertise there, and I'm all for tree canopy and love trees and all they bring to the community. But I haven't seen their mission or their bylaws, and I'd like to get a copy of that, Duke or Michael, if you can provide me with that.
Yes,
what
sir.
I don't want to happen, I want this to be a balanced approach to tree canopy. And before, if we go back to 2012 and 2013, and Commissioner Bivens will remember this, and Commissioner Allen, I think, will remember this. Commissioner Chairman Hart, Commissioner Longie Edwards, Commissioner Elmo Richardson, but they had some really unreasonable things that they wanted to do at that time. For example, if I wanted to take down a tree in my yard, I would have to pay a citizen would have to pay a $500 fee for a permit for an arborist to come out and say, yes, you can take down that tree on your property. We don't want to trample on private property rights. And there were also some things in there, as I recall, that required for plantings downtown that required some super outlandish, expensive measures to plant trees, whether it was the type tree or the type fertilizer. There were some things that were very unreasonable. And I remember all 5 members of the Bibb Commission didn't like the idea. I can tell you that the Georgia state and national level of the Association of Realtors didn't like some of those measures. So I'm hopeful they're going to have good balanced approaches. We've got some great expertise here. I'm all for supporting them and their measures as long as they don't trample on private property rights. That's something that we have across America. It's a part of America. So that's my point. I just don't want to see some measures that are going to be unreasonable. We need a good balanced approach. I love trees. Trees are all over my neighborhood, and but I don't like them when they fall on my house, and that happened about 2 years ago during the hurricane. So it's not fun when you have to remove one from your house, I can assure you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jones. Okay, now we will move on to the renaming of Dempsey Park, and we also have a resolution to rename Central City Park. Does the sponsor of the first resolution wish to withdraw that?
Well, I don't want to withdraw it. I do want to keep it on the table as we consider resolution B, and that's to rename Central City Park as Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Park. The evolution of this whole thing is that I was approached about renaming 3rd Street Park a Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Park, which I thought was a great idea. In doing the research, and Michael McNeil may want to chime in on this if I miss anything.
Miss Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair. Has this motion A been taken off the table yet? I haven't heard any vote.
I'm just indulging the sponsors since we have 2 resolutions. If we pass the first one.
Let me just say something. I sponsored the second resolution. I don't know why Michael or anybody didn't put me as a sponsor with the others as co-sponsors.
Okay, Janice, would you make sure that the folks who are the sponsors are listed on there, those who said they wish to be a sponsor, if you could just get that done. But I'm calling on the sponsors, which are Rabbi Schlesinger and Commissioner Watkins on the first one, because if we approve the first one, then the second one is knocked out. So I just thought you had changed and you wanted the second resolution for Central City Park to be the one that we consider.
Madam Chair, again,
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Yes,
Point
sir.
of order. My impression is that item A has been tabled.
Correct.
And would take a motion to remove it from the table in a successful vote before you would get to it. Otherwise, it would remain on the table and you would go to the next item on the agenda, I believe. Mr. Attorney?
But Mr. Attorney, as chair of the committee, I think I do have the right to request information from members of the committee. So that was simply what I was doing. If one
this
is
discussion
not
is
to
in
be
order. Yeah, it is.
Go ahead, Mr. Gruber. Did you have anything else?
Well, no, you can ask general background information. This discussion is in order in the motion on the table.
All right. Since that has been tabled, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that information. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So we are considering B.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I was cut off.
Would you please proceed? Yes, you were.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, as we did the research for 3rd Street Park, we realized that back in 1914, these parks had been named. The one that we were looking at was Dempsey Park across from the Dempsey Hotel between Cherry and Mulberry. I really wanted to do the section between Cherry and Poplar as well. But that's Dunlap Park we learned. Commissioner Wynn suggested that we do Central City Park in honor of Carolyn Creighton. And I have no problem with that myself. So I just asked the city attorney, the county attorney, to just basically take the same resolution, same name, Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Park, and apply it to Central City Park. During our discussion, I guess 2 weeks ago, it seemed that there was support for doing this from other commissioners. As you can see, we've got a pretty good list of co-sponsors of this. So my intent today is to leave item A on the table and proceed to item B, which would be renaming Central City Park Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Park.
Okay. All right. The other co-sponsor, Mr. Watkins.
Yes. I love Miss Carolyn Creighton to death. I think we really should be honoring her in our community. Her contributions, particularly to the Cherry Blossom Festival, have brought the city of Macon international prominence. And I thought the initial request from the Cherry Blossom Festival, and I believe her family, for the name of the 3rd Street Park, which is really exclusively a Cherry Blossom Park when we think about the events that happened there with the ice cream giveaways and several other things over the years. Excuse me, I'm pleading. With other things over the years. And Central City Park being a larger park that is used by a variety of events and host a variety of diverse programming, to name it Cherry Blossom Park seems like it's gonna create some problems for several other entities in the community. And I just caution us, remember what the Cherry Blossom Festival originally asked for. I think it's maybe a bit of an overreach. I don't want to stand in opposition to it because I would like to honor Ms. Creighton and move along, but there should be some caution noted. Thank you.
Let me just correct one thing. It was not the Cherry Blossom Festival itself that made the request for the renaming of 3rd Street Park.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wynn.
Let's get some clarification here. After 2 weeks ago, after the meeting, Commissioner Schlesinger called me and said he agreed he would sign on with a resolution if I decided to go ahead with naming Central City Park after Carolyn Creighton. I did not. I don't know what got mixed up, but my resolution was to name Central City Park Carolyn Creighton Park, not Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Festival Park. Here's why. Because if we named it after a festival, for over 100 years, we had the Georgia State Fair there. It is no longer there at Central City Park. Central City Park is a generic name. So I said, let's just name this park. Let's give this park a name after something significant that's made a great contribution to our community, made us an international festival here. The festival events take place at Central City Park, but we do not want to name Central City Park the Cherry Blossom Festival Park. We want to name it Carolyn Creighton Park. I talked to Stacy Moore at the Cherry Blossom Festival, and she says that if we leave it at CCP, Central City Park, Carolyn Creighton Park, they use that acronym a lot in their communications, and she said it would make it a lot easier for them not to change. So my resolution was to have it named Carolyn Creighton Park, not Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Park. We can put underneath there somewhere on the plaque, home of the Cherry Blossom Festival, but it shouldn't be named after the Cherry Blossom Festival because of what you just said. A lot of events occur there, but that is the main event that brought Cherry Blossom, that brought the Central City Park back to life. I mean, we've got Luther Williams Field back there. We've got Elaine Lucas Senior Center right there. They're all part of it. So we just want to rename that park, give that park a name instead of being a generic name for all these years. Name it after someone significant to our community, has made great contributions to this community. If anybody can argue that, I don't know how you can argue that. Basically, she's brought international visitors. She's brought millions because of the Cherry Blossom Festival that she created. She is the mother of that. And I think Central City Park should be named Carolyn Creighton Park.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Tillman.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
This is what happens when others intervene and other folks' ideas and suggestions. And it was a simple idea and suggestion from Rabbi Schlesinger and Commissioner Watkins, who are the originators. Now, with all due respect, Commissioner Wynn, you've intervened and it's causing this to go on longer than it should because you come up with something totally different. I would be glad, as I stated 2 weeks ago, to work with you on naming it, maybe something else. We've got former mayors that need something named in their honor and so forth. I really wish y'all would move forward with this with Ms. Creighton because we don't need to bring any further, like we don't agree from this commission. This is supposed to be something so simple, and let's continue to just make it so simple and move on, please.
Agreed.
The county attorney has something to add.
Thank you. Probably to get to regular order, we've got a agreement by commissioners.
Yeah, I see where that is now.
To keep the first Dempsey Park on the table. We probably need a motion for this.
We're getting a conversation from somewhere.
This is Rachel with Public Affairs. Just a reminder, please mute your microphone if you're going to be talking in addition, so everyone is able to hear each other. Thank you.
We probably need, Madam Chair, a motion in a second for further discussion on the Central City Park issue since the first.
All right.
Table.
We'll thank you, Mr. County Attorney. We'll entertain a motion and second on item B, which is a resolution to rename Central City Park as Carolyn Creighton
Second.
Cherry Blossom Park. Is what I have on my agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been motion and second on item B. Now, the sponsors, did we have discussion from anybody else? The sponsors, let me get with you. What are your wishes on this? Do you wish to amend? Do you wish to withdraw? What do you want to do?
Madam Chair.
The sponsors.
I am a sponsor. I was the one that sponsored B. Now, it's just not written there correctly. I was the sponsor. I don't know why it was not written there correctly. And it was co-sponsored by Schlesinger, Allen, Jones. I am the sponsor. I'd like to amend that to read Carolyn Creighton Park.
All right. You're not on the committee, so
Right.
some of these folks who are on the committee would have to do that.
That is correct.
I so move.
Commissioner Bivens moves to.
Is that a move to amend?
Commissioner Bivens, what is your motion?
I'd like to do what I think the county attorney said a minute ago. Whatever we need to do, if we need to amend, but my thinking was we were dealing with item B, and I wanted to make a motion that we follow up and vote on item B.
So the question before the committee is whether or not a committee member will agree or not at this juncture to amend the resolution, which right now names the park Central Carolyn Creighton Cherry Blossom Park, to amend it to be Carolyn Creighton Park. There has to be a motion and a second.
Right. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Shepard seconds. Is there discussion on that amendment? All right. If not, all in favor of the motion to amend, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. So the resolution, Ms. County Attorney, keep me straight. A resolution to rename Central City Park as Carolyn Creighton Park.
Correct.
That's now
before the committee. So there needs to be further discussion and vote on that.
All right. Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion on this resolution as amended? None. Ms. Mayor, you have any?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We're all right. Okay. So if not, all in favor of the motion, a resolution to rename Central City Park as Carolyn Creighton Park, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. It is unanimous. And y'all please, Ms. Wynn is one of the co-sponsors.
Michael, can you make sure that's clear on the resolution for next Tuesday?
Yeah, and fellow commissioners, keep in mind that we can co-sponsor any of these resolutions that we wish, or ordinances that we wish to. And if you're in favor of something, sign your name, put your name on as a co-sponsor on any that we've already approved or any that are coming before us. That's our right. Our right to do that. So I'd like to add my name at the bottom as one of those who endorses this resolution. So we've approved, Mr. County Attorney, we have approved the resolution to rename Central City Park as Carolyn Creighton Park.
That is
in
correct.
honor of Carolyn Creighton's contributions to the Macon-Bibb County community. Is that what we have done?
That is correct.
All right. So yes, sir. Is that Mr. Bivens?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
I'd like to follow up on what you said and be listed as a sponsor also.
All right. All right. The more, the better.
Madam Chair, can I give a point of information?
Yes.
I just want to clarify kind of the process that got us to what appears on the agenda this morning.
Yes, sir.
So we had the tabled resolution that Commissioner Schlesinger had submitted, and then within about an hour or so after the debate at the previous committee meeting, we got multiple requests in the attorney's office for resolutions doing various, either amending the name or changing the location of Central City Park that were all slightly different. And so that's why there's a little bit of repetition on the agenda this morning. Just as a matter of practice, it's historically been the practice of this office that the first resolution that's proposed is the one that goes on the agenda. And then the other commissioners that may have slightly varying ideas, you have the legislative process, you go through the debate process and the amendment process. And this office is glad to produce whatever the final legislation is that the committee comes up with. But I wanted to explain that in case there was any confusion about how we got to where we were today with the resolutions listed and the ways the sponsorships was listed.
Right. I think it probably would help if something is tabled, then it should not appear on the agenda, or it should be, there should be a listing, a heading that says tabled items maybe, or something, so that it's clear where we are. Because anyway, we
Madam
got
Chair.
that. Yes, Commissioner Wynn.
In response to what you just said, that's what was confusing. This was a tabled item, and tabled items don't usually go on the agenda. Commissioner Watkins had been doing in the past, it stopped doing it, but at the past he'd put some of these tabled items at the end of our agenda for the whole meeting and say, does anybody want to bring these up? But this was put on the agenda under your committee, and I don't think that was correct. But
okay, we've corrected it. We've approved the right one. So thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Would you allow the clerk to read the sponsors of the resolution that just passed so we know it's correct?
Yes, Madam Clerk, would you read the sponsors, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be happy to. It's sponsored by Commissioner Larry Schlesinger, Commissioner Joe Allen, Commissioner Mallory Jones, Commissioner Valerie Wynn, Commissioner Elaine Lucas, and Commissioner Burt Bivens.
Is there anyone else who wishes to have your name listed as a co-sponsor? If you do, it doesn't expire, so you can still do it if you wish. Okay, is that the information you needed, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right, great. All right, the last item on our agenda is CARES Act funding. We received information last week or the week before on CARES funding for Macon-Bibb. And so Ms. Wanzina Jackson, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Jackson is here to give us an update on the CARES funding. So if you would tell us what that is and what our allocation is, and then provide any other information. And I hate to say this, but we're running a little bit low on time. We've exceeded the time set aside for this committee, but please don't skip on the details, anything that you feel is important.
Yes, ma'am.
To share with us. Okay.
Well, the CARES Act is actually funding that was appropriated through the Coronavirus Relief and Economic Security Act, also known as the CARES Act. And this is a law meant to address the economic fallout of the 2020 coronavirus pandemic in the United States. Rachel's going to pull up a presentation for me.
I've almost got it pulled up.
I'm sorry.
She says she almost has it pulled up.
Okay, no problem. I was just going to go ahead and start talking because I know we're short on time. In the presentation, a couple of things are just recaps, just to let you know. So on that first slide, we'll talk a little bit about community development block grant funds. All of these funds are funds that are meant to prevent, prepare for, or respond to coronavirus with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. Macon-Bibb County received a little bit over $1 million. And with the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about some information that we are looking at proposing. With coronavirus, we're looking at proposing about $223,000, a little bit over that, as far as the administration of that particular grant. For the economic development portion, this deals with anything as far as small business, and then it also deals with other economic development types of activities throughout our community. And then we also have a portion as far as housing, that's $129,250. And then public service, which is the normal amount, which is a large quantity that we normally receive applications for. How we came up with these amounts, as we go to the next slide, is that we actually did a round of applications where we asked the community to provide applications to us. With these applications that were provided to us, that the majority of the applications were public service related. And then also looking at, we received about 14 applications. Of those 14 applications that we received, that these are the agencies that we will currently be recommending for funding, just based upon the actual requirements of the grant. For this particular grant, even though there may be activities that are community development block grant eligible, it's only eligible if it prevents, prepare for, or response to coronavirus. So some of our applications that we received, that we tried to look at that, and some of them didn't necessarily fall into the coronavirus category, although they may have been eligible. So what we've done here is we have a listing of the recommendations on Big Brothers Big Sisters for their youth mentoring program. They actually asked for, the requested amount was $44,000. The amount that we're recommending at this time is $5,500. Campus Club Youth Tutorial Program, the amount that was requested was $18,540. We're recommending $11,500. For Crisis Line and Safe House Grocery and Supplies Program, they requested $11,000 and we're recommending $11,000. For Family Advancement Ministries for their child care assistance, the recommendation was $21,000 and we are, the amount requested was $21,000 and we are actually recommending $21,500. For Macon-Bibb EOC, they actually submitted 2 priorities. For their priority 1, this was to help with hotel motel program, and that was $159,500 and we're recommending $129,250. For Meals on Wheels, as far as food distribution program, it was $105,375 and we're recommending $21,375. And for Men About Change, community outreach and economic development program, education program, it was $38,150 and we're recommending $25,100. So these are the agencies that we are recommending as far as moving forward in this particular round.
Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Loaves and Fishes not apply?
No, ma'am, they did not apply at this time.
When was the application when did this open and when did this close?
The actual application process for community development block grant funds, we actually did the our pre-funding webinar on Friday, May the 1st. And then it was due on that following Wednesday, which was the date of the actual application was due on June the, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong month, on May the 6th. So of that process, we actually had 14 agencies that turned in applications.
So between May the 1st and May the 6th?
Yes.
And the webinar was that was the only time that an agency they had to be a part of the webinar, and they in order to apply for funding, that was the only opportunity.
Yes, we actually sent the webinar. We had more people that were actually on the call. These are the ones that chose to apply, which was 14. And of those 14, I also have another slide, which is the next slide, that will tell you which ones were. So some of the other organizations that applied, Charlotte's, which was a visual arts program. We also had Generations of Change. It was 2 priorities, senior meal program, as well as housing rehabilitation program. And then Macon-Bibb EOC as far as a day center program. Macon Moving, Housing Moving to Success, which was a senior program. And then the Rescue Mission Shelter program. And then also the Ringer Center, which was a work prep program.
All right, so help me out. I'm just having a small problem.
Yes.
This request was COVID specific, because these just seem kind of a wide range of requests that seem strangely non-COVID shelter in place specific.
Yes, actually what happens is with the community development block grant funds is that with the CV funds, we were provided information as far as public service, different categories that they could fall into. For the public service category, it had to be a CDBG eligible public service. However, with that CDBG public service activity, it also had to show a quantifiable provision for new or quantifiable increase as far as public services were concerned. But it also had to fall into the category of the coronavirus as far as preparing for, to respond to, or in prevention of. So with those categories, you're absolutely correct that although it's CDBG eligible activities, those activities that were presented must actually address the pandemic that the funds were actually put out for. The other category also dealt with infrastructure as far as infectious disease locations, things of that nature, and it also dealt with small business. But these are the actual applications that we received. So you are correct.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. It's like some stuff that's strangely missing from our application matrix. I don't see health departments. I don't see homeless protection, shelter.
Now there is
rental assistance. Those seem like to be the things that I would be overwhelmed with when people preparing for COVID. And this seems like the exact same matrix of service providers providing the provisions that they already provide. So am I seeing this wrong? Or am I interpreting this
actually
wrong?
That's why we have some activities that we are moving forward with and some that we are not moving forward with. And to address the part about the homeless portion, there's also the other portion which deals with emergency shelter, where we do have agencies that applied up under for emergency shelter, homeless prevention, as well as rapid rehousing. So we do have 3 agencies that will be receiving money for homeless services up under that section as well. And that will be the next section.
Okay, go ahead. And
so talk to me about the recommendation at the food bank. That was, they asked for 100 and we gave them 10, or you're recommending 10?
Well, part of what was asked for in the application was not necessarily as far as that tie. They were asking for a building, as well as the majority of what was being asked for was actually a new location from the location that they're currently in, where they were asking for rent and some other things associated with it.
So help me out. They had an opportunity to request extra food for food distribution for COVID response to address food scarcity and density, and they asked for a new building?
I think that's what she's saying.
Meals, and we paid for the meals. The amount that they asked for meals was $21,500, and we're recommending the $21,500.
And I'm not blaming you. That's just kind of fascinating to me from just the perspective. It's fascinating to me. That's surprising to me.
I understand. And what we did was we actually had a group, a committee, to look at the applications in regard to the
really know
regulations.
what to do with that. All right.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I yield. I'm sorry. Apologies.
Okay, if you will go ahead with your report.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Let me add 2 things. Number one is this is supplemental funding specifically from the CARES Act, and it's for that specific purpose. Number 2, this is a tentative or proposed list that has to be put out for public comment, I believe, and Wanzina can correct me on that. But then once the public comment period is over, it comes back to us for a final vote, is my understanding. Wanzina, is that right?
Yes, sir. It is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I know that Commissioner Watkins has a few more questions, as do I. And I know that our time for our committee, I think you're trying to tell me our time is about up, and we do have other committees to meet. And so what we will do is we will get any additional information that we need. We will try and get that individually, or we'll get it sent. Ms. Jackson, could you send all of that to?
Yes, ma'am.
Just do it to all the commissioners. I was gonna say to the committee, but I think everybody's interested in this.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
can we just get all of this information, and if we have specific questions, then we can address those to her, since she'll be coming back with a report. with final recommendations. Does that work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, do you have a summary that you'd like to give us?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, what I would like to do is to tell you what the next steps are for the
Okay,
emergency solutions
okay, that's
grant
good,
portion.
and then we'll, go
Yes,
ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's on you, go ahead.
Okay. So for the emergency solution section, there are there are actually 3 agencies that are recommended for funding on that next slide for emergency shelter, as well as homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. On that last slide that we have Family Advancement Ministries. The next one that we have, the amounts that they will be recommended as far as that funding. These all fall into the categories that Commissioner Watkins was asking about, as far as that emergency shelter, as well as homeless prevention for those individuals that are actually at risk of homeless or are already homeless. The last portion is just to let you know, as we go to as we end out the presentation, really talks about our next steps. We have made recommendations. These recommendations will now be actually presented. As far as our substantial amendment, we have a 5-day comment period that is required. So what we will do is, after the comment period is over, they will come back to commission to actually look at what the recommendations are. We will also provide any comments that we have received during that time frame to you, for you to review and actually give us additional feedback, as well as to make comments.
Okay, I think what some of us are feeling is that while you're having to go through all of this, and I know these are the legal requirements that you have to go through in getting this work done, then there are people out there, we're in the midst of a growing pandemic. And so your question would be, how are those folks being served now? And so they're not, until you go through all of these changes and then get a final document in. That's the frustration that I have, that it's not working quickly enough for the folks who need the services. But that's not your fault. That's the way the system is working. If we could get all that information and you keep us in the loop on all of the steps that you're taking, we would appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and thank you so much for your information. All right, we're going to close by, I have 2 things that I want to mention. The Dr. Betty Talbot Park, which is what we've named the Wise Avenue Park. Mr. Callens is working on that, and hopefully we will have that on the next agenda. And then one final request from the East Side Neighborhood Associations. They are requesting Macon-Bibb to look into establishing a public-private partnership for the Appling Historic Building. It is a historic school. At one time, you had Ballard Hudson on one side of town, Appling on the other side of town. They do not wish for that building, the Appling building, to be torn down and forgotten because it carries a lot of history. They are asking Macon-Bibb County to work with whomever we have to work with to set up that public-private partnership to identify a purpose for that Appling building. 2 suggestions have come up: senior housing and an aquatics center, because we don't do anything as far as competitive swim meets here in Macon-Bibb. So the East Side Neighborhood Associations are requesting that we take that under advisement and look to that. We know that the Board of Education owns the Appling Middle School building there by the Armory. And so whatever we need to do, I'm going to ask the legal department if they would look into where we are as far as possibly getting involved in a public-private partnership to save that historic building, and of course the name, Peter G. aptly. So that's all that I have. Do other members have, did I miss anything, Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor? Members of the committee?
No, I think that was thorough.
All right, we certainly were long, but we had a lot on the agenda. And I want to thank the committee for your patience and for your input, as always, on economic and community development issues. So if we don't have anything else, then we're going to adjourn our meeting. Thank you all so very much, especially our visitors.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Next committee to meet is Facilities and Engineering, and that's the chair is Mallory Jones. Chairman Jones.
Yes, sir. We have, I think, a quorum. Commissioner Wynn, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Schlesinger, Commissioner Bivens. I think we have everybody, unless we've lost somebody along the way, and I don't think so. So I know we've got, number one is the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. And number two, we've got a series of quitclaim deeds. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask you to give us some background on this. It involves Mercer University on each parcel of property. We've got 7 of those, I believe.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. A couple of weeks ago, we closed portions of Linden Avenue, Chestnut Street, and Chestnut Street Lane. There was also a small portion of Dannenberg Avenue that we closed. Now what we're trying to do is to quitclaim those properties along with several other pieces that are where Macon-Bibb County has an ownership interest for drainage ways. So we've included those parcels as well. And I think there'll be somebody that can better explain this than I on the line. I hope so at any rate.
Do we have the county engineer here, or?
Dr. Moffitt, you got anybody lined up to talk to this, or you want me to?
Well, I thought Michael was on the line to explain it from our meeting on Friday, but you summed it up pretty good. This is just for the drainage and right-of-way issues that need to be cleaned up to transfer the property. Oh, there's Michael.
I'm here.
Any?
Go ahead, Mike.
So three of those quitclaim deeds are deeds for the land underneath the roads that the commission voted to close a couple of weeks ago. And then along with that, there are some parcels on the corner of Linden and Chestnut that the county owns. They've got a giant drainage ditch that runs through them. And I'm trying to pull up the map right now that I can show y'all, but they've got a giant drainage ditch that runs through them. And these are all county-owned properties that would be conveyed to Mercer with the preservation of the drainage easements on there. Let me see. I've got that right here.
Yeah, while Michael's pulling that up, I'll just add one little thing. The dog park, everybody's familiar with the dog park that's across Linden Avenue from this development. And there is a stream, an open stream that runs through the dog park, makes it one of the attractive features. Well, the drainage easement upstream, if you will, on the other side of Linden Avenue is where we own some property. And we're conveying that so that Mercer can incorporate it into the overall design and still accommodate the drainage way.
Right. So these are, if you look, I've got the 4 parcels right here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are all owned by Macon-Bibb. And you can see the drainage ditch takes up about half of this property. It cuts this property in half. It takes up a fair portion of this one. And then this property is only 30 feet wide. It's not wide enough to put any kind of house or any kind of other development on. And so these 4 parcels all together would be conveyed to Mercer as part of their plans. And this is Linden Avenue here. This is Chestnut, which the commission recently closed. This is the dog park over here. And so these 4 parcels are 4 of the resolutions that the committee has before it today. And all these easements would be preserved in the quitclaim process. So, you know, they'd have to keep that drainage system in place.
One question I would have, the drainage system, would that be the responsibility still of our Public Works Department or the Macon Water Authority?
I'm going to defer to legal, but my impression is that Mercer, as they incorporate this, they may want to put it into a culvert so that they can cover over it and use it for recreation purposes. These are supposed to be these are supposed to be soccer fields, as I understand it.
Right.
So yeah, if we, as long as we put in the quitclaim deed, which I understand we have, that the drainage way must be maintained. If Mercer puts it in a culvert, the responsibility then would, for maintenance of the culvert, in my opinion, would fall on Mercer.
That's what I would think. Would that be right, Duke?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Anything else we need to know, Mr. Mayor or Michael?
Nothing for me.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make sure that the amounts of money that we're being paid for this would be the amount that anybody would have to pay. How do we go about reaching how did we go about reaching the amounts?
I'm assuming that these portions were appraised by a certified appraiser. Can someone confirm that?
Our tax assessor's office provided all of those amounts.
Tax assessor's office provided it, so that it was appraised by their formula that they used for land then. Okay. That answer your question, Commissioner Lucas?
Yes, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions or comments, I guess we'll take them one by one. The letter A resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for the sale of property to the Corporation of Mercer University, totaling 0.05 acres located at 1610 Chestnut Street for its appraised value of $4,060.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any questions or comments? Being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against, same sign. The motion carries.
Oh, no.
Okay. Commissioner Bibbins votes no. You got that, Madam Clerk? All right. Letter B, a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for the sale of property to the Corporation of Mercer University, totaling 0.05 acres located at 1620 Chestnut Street for its appraised value of $4,464.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Mr. Bivens opposes. Letter C, a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for the sale of property to Mercer University totaling 0.06 acres located at 905 Linden Avenue for its appraised value of $1,958. Questions or comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Commissioner Bivens opposes. Letter D, a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for the sale of property to Mercer University totaling 0.13 acres located at 923 Linden Avenue for its appraised value of $2,273. Questions or comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not on the committee, but I really, thank you
Welcome
for
to
the
comment.
information on the amounts that we will get from this. But I'm curious, was there a meeting held of all of the residents of that area? Because there's a neighborhood, what is it, Huguenin Heights there?
I
Are
don't
they
know.
aware of that change that's gonna take place? Because we closed off streets, and then we also, and I'm curious about the parking changes.
Mayor, can you answer that?
Where people will park and that kind of thing, because we usually hear about those things after we've done this, and we're just perfectly innocent. We're just voting for improvements in an area, and this will be an improvement in there. But I'm just wondering if the neighbors in that area, which is a well-established area, if there have been any meetings or anything to explain all this that will be happening over there.
The only thing I can add, Mr. Chairman, is to say that over a period of years, Mercer has acquired all of these parcels from the individual property owners, basically between Oglethorpe Avenue and the railroad tracks, with the interstate being on the other side, and then Linden Avenue, and then the dog park that we've talked about. There were several blighted and dilapidated structures in that area. I think what Commissioner Lucas is referring to on the other side of Oglethorpe, Huguenin Heights neighborhood, and there are a lot of residents there. And I cannot say whether or not there was a meeting, but I cannot imagine them not being delighted to see the improvements made in a lot of the blighted conditions remediated by Mercer as they put these recreation soccer fields over there.
Right, but if people park in their yard or block off their access to their properties or whatever, then we'll hear. I'm just curious. I'm not opposed to it. I just wondered if there was, some discussion to let people know what's coming to the area. That's all.
It's a good point. It's a good
Michael
question.
McNeil wanted to say something.
Michael, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that before the vote to close the streets, there were notice signs posted where the road closures were. They were posted, I think, back in September for a period of 30 days, and we received no comments at all on regarding the road closures. So it's not the same as a neighborhood meeting, but there was notice posted in the area and nobody commented at all.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay,
it's a good point and a good question. I appreciate the comment. All right, let's see. Where were we? Are we on D? I think.
And you got a motion and a second on D, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, or is that where we had a motion and a second? Okay, so all in favor of the letter D resolution?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Commissioner Riven votes against. Letter E, resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for the sale of property of Mercer University of a portion of Dannenberg Avenue for the purpose of accommodating new development in the area. And
move to approve.
Don't see any amount there.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments?
Just the amount, which you said was not on there.
Yeah, I don't see the amount, Michael. Is that purposely left out?
I think that's in the body of the resolution. I'm
in the body of the resolution. Okay, it's just not. It's not on the summary that I'm looking at.
No,
it's $3,828.
Yes, sir.
$828 for D, which is a portion of Linden Avenue. No, I'm sorry, E. E. Right. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Mr. Biven votes against, 4-1. F, resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for the property to the Corporation of Mercer University, a portion of Chestnut Street. Hold on, I got an animal on my computer here. For the purpose of accommodating new development in the area.
This
Can you
one's
tell us the dollar amount as well?
$22,414.
22,000.
414.
714.
414.
414. Okay. All right.
Move to approve.
Got a motion and a
Second.
Commissioner Wynn seconds. Questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Bivens votes against. G, resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed for property to Mercer University, a portion of Chestnut Street, for accommodating new development. And what's that amount, Michael?
$24,180.
$24,180.
Yes, sir.
Any questions or comments there?
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Mr. Bivens votes against. So that wraps up number 2 under quitclaim deeds. We'll move on to encroachment. We have a resolution authorizing the mayor to grant an encroachment totaling 1,033 square feet at property located at 945 Hazel Street to Historic Macon for the fair market value of $615.38. Mr. Mayor, you want to enlighten us on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Historic Macon is actually building 3 new houses in Bells Hill along this portion of Hazel Street. It backs up to the church that fronts on Oglethorpe. I can't remember the name of the church right now, but it'll come to me momentarily. In fact, you even see it in the background there. But the front, there's an encroachment that has been made into the street right of way. The curb line's not changing. The actual street is not changing. But it basically conveys a portion of the front yard to Historic Macon to go along with the property. So as you can see, in this particular photograph that's up there now, with the steps leading up, that probably is in the right of way, and the extent of the right of way that may be able, Michael or somebody may be able to tell me how many feet it is. There's an attachment that is a part of this, but
yeah, it's 10-foot encroachment. It's about 100 feet long, so it's 1,033 square feet total.
Right, but how wide is it? It's something like 8 feet wide or 10 feet wide?
10 feet wide.
10-foot encroachment. So 10 feet of the existing right of way being conveyed to Historic Macon so that it becomes part of the yard. Right. And it evens up, as I understand it, evens up the right of way down the street. Because right now you've got this little ragged tooth edge on one that's shorter than the other. So this brings it out. So it's a uniform right of way line again.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, number 4, seems to me like this would have been in public safety, but number 4, road safety audit. A report on road safety audits conducted on Pinona Avenue and Mercer University. Do we have our traffic engineer, Nigel Floyd, here? Nigel, are you with us?
He was on a moment ago.
He's
Oh, there he is.
He's
I see
got
him.
unmute.
Nigel, you should be unmuted now.
All right, I'm unmuted.
You're good.
Good morning.
Hey, Nigel, good morning.
All right, yeah. Several years back, along with the Pedestrian Safety Review Board, we asked GDOT to look at several segments of roadway here in Bibb County in terms of safety, and we conducted road safety audits. A couple of those roadways, one in particular is Eisenhower Parkway. If you rode down Eisenhower Parkway recently, you've seen a lot of work that's being done at several locations. We put in, or GDOT put in a pedestrian hybrid beacon at I think Davis Homes at C Street, and you're also seeing several enhancement at traffic signals, one at Oglesby, one at Macon Tech Drive, and there's some other things coming as well. Along with those RSAs, we also did RSA on Mercer University and Pinon Avenue. And the results of those RSAs, I got Tyler Peak here, who's District 3's traffic engineer, and he's going to explain to you the results of those RSAs on Pinon Avenue and Mercer University. Tyler?
Thanks, Nigel, and good morning, commissioners. Thanks for hosting us today. I've met with you some before. First time we've done it virtually, so hopefully this goes well. There's some attachments on your agenda, and I'm going to share my screen here in a little bit to kind of walk us through some of those things. But Nigel did a good job kind of giving us the backdrop of where we're at. We've done multiple road safety audits in Macon, and we're going to talk about a few of those today. Really, the goal of today is to make you aware of where we are with the improvement process in terms of what have we recognized as improvements that are a good idea for us to move ahead with. And there's a variety of timeframes and scheduling and funding, but all of it is still comprehensive in the sense that it was identified through the audit process. At the end of the day, we hope that that's the final product, even if it's somewhat piecemealed in terms of how we get there. So I want to start actually with the Mercer road safety audit, because that one actually already has a programmed project. There's already been funding committed to make improvements there. So I'm going to pull up Google Earth first. Give me just a second. Okay, so the audit limits for this road safety audit went from Oglesby, or just west of Oglesby, all the way to I-75, or excuse me, all the way to Pinona. So Oglesby to Pinona was pretty comprehensive. This was done late in 2017, and we identified a number of crash locations that needed some treatment. Angle crashes and rear end crashes throughout, particularly at traffic lights. We've got existing sidewalk in the area, but there were some identified pedestrian needs as well. When you look at the data, the intersections at Oglesby and Anthony and Columbus Road, those traffic lights were all well above statewide averages for that type of intersection. So between like 7 and 14 times the number of crashes you would typically expect to see at a traffic light in that type of context. So obviously a lot higher than we would like to see and want to live with long term. We also had within the time frame that was studied, we had 2 fatal crashes, one of them involving a pedestrian. There are also then 2 additional non-fatal pedestrian crashes within this study area. So what we are looking at in terms of improvements, I'm going to switch my screen here to actually some of the attachments that you received. And this shows Oglesby here on the left side of the screen. And what we're looking at for this improvement would be, first of all, a median throughout a section of the corridor. We've identified Oglesby to Columbus as a sort of first target for making improvements. So there will be a raised concrete median from west of Oglesby all the way through, and I'll switch to the next sheet here, all the way through the Columbus Road intersection. And that median would then terminate on the east side of Columbus Road.
Carl, we're not seeing the sheets.
You're not seeing the sheets?
No.
Okay, let me try again here. Okay, there we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. So this shows you really the full layout of what we're looking at for improvements. And this is concept level. So some of this may be fine tuned and adjusted, but this just gives a good general idea. A raised median starting west of Oglesby, moving through the Anthony intersection and through Columbus Road, and then terminating on the east side of Columbus Road. There would also be, as part of this, there would be what we know and call a reduced conflict U-turn at Oglesby. So what traffic does today is they turn left or right out of Oglesby. This change and improvement would require them to make a right turn and then make a U-turn at a new roundabout that will be placed at Anthony. There would also likely be, the traffic light would be removed here at Oglesby as part of that, but there would very likely be a pedestrian signal still in place and installed there to allow pedestrian traffic to cross. We would be looking at a similar type intersection control at Arlington with again, a pedestrian signal very likely to be placed there, and the same type of operations for Arlington, where they would be making a right turn and then a U-turn to reduce the conflict today of turning out as they are today. This would also involve a roundabout at Anthony. Roundabouts do a lot better job at reducing crashes, and particularly since we have a very high crash rate here for a traffic light, a roundabout was identified as a better option for maintaining operations and also addressing crashes. It also accommodates pedestrians, usually does a better job of that because the crossings are shorter. You're crossing 1 or 2 lanes at a time versus crossing 4 or 5 under a pedestrian phase at a traffic light. Moving to the next sheet, we would be installing a reduced conflict U-turn also at Florence and Henderson. So instead of extending the raised median all the way through, we would allow a left turn from Mercer onto both Florence and Henderson. But if you were turning from those side streets, you would have to make a right turn and then U-turn. The roundabouts give a really good U-turn opportunity, so you don't have to build in large truck turning or large vehicle turning eyebrows at intersections with the U-turn. The roundabout's a good U-turn location. And so then lastly, we would be converting the traffic light at Columbus to a roundabout as well. Again, Columbus actually had was about 14 times the statewide average for traffic lights. So again, the reason for addressing that situation with a roundabout versus a traffic light. So just to kind of recap a little bit of the safety benefits, we'll be looking at the roundabouts and the medians, and certainly any pedestrian hybrid beacons, pedestrian traffic signals that are in the corridor will address a lot of the safety concerns, especially those involving pedestrians. We also would expect to see some better speed control within this area by having both the raised median and the roundabout. The roundabout still allows for fluid operations, but traffic is slowing as they navigate and as they exit. The raised median creates some good geometry that makes it less desirable for somebody to go at a high rate of speed. It's not saying you would never have a super speeder, but having the raised median there versus just what we call the flush median, where it's just asphalt, the same elevation throughout the pavement width. The raised median does a better job at encouraging lower speeds. So that really kind of recaps this particular project as part of the road safety audit that was done on Mercer. Now, I mentioned earlier that the actual audit went all the way to Pinona, and so there's some other considerations we're looking at along Pinona that are a lot lower impact in terms of things like refuge islands in the existing center turn lane for pedestrian crossings. And those are things that are still being looked at for future possibilities. I do have with me on the call Lindsay Traylor with GDOT, and she's actually the project manager for this project. This project has just received a funding commitment from GDOT in terms of, it's actually federal safety funding. And so Lindsay is on the call to speak to or answer questions about the actual schedule and cost. We're not looking at this, coming into place tomorrow by any means. There's still some time to get it designed and go through a traditional GDOT project process. Lindsay, are you on the call, and anything you want to share at this point?
I don't see a Lindsay in the list. Would it be under anything else? Any other names?
I don't think so. If she's not able to join, that's okay. I can certainly check into any specific questions I don't have the answer to today.
Tyler, when do you think it'll begin? I know you said it won't be tomorrow. Is this year or?
So what I would expect to see next for us is what we call a concept team meeting, where we would hold a meeting, and maybe virtual, maybe in person, depends on the time, where we would invite local government officials. We would have multiple GDOT offices present to go through really this layout, as well as kind of the background of where the project came from, what it proposes to do, what are the costs, what is the anticipated schedule, and then it would get essentially an approval from GDOT executive management to continue to advance towards design, right-of-way purchase, and construction. So that has not occurred yet. I would anticipate that concept meeting will probably occur sometime this year. Right now, I don't believe this project has a definite schedule in terms of a bid date, because we're still too early to nail that down. Normally, when we hold that concept meeting, it's just after that we actually put a schedule on it, once we've received the concurrence, basically, of other GDOT parties as well as local officials.
Tyler, you did say the funding is set aside for the entire project?
That's correct. Yes. For this location, the funding's already been programmed, so it's already been committed for this specific project, and that's federal safety funding. At some point.
So I'm clear. Clear. The whole project is the whole picture. The whole picture has been covered, or just a portion of the picture?
That's the whole picture. So both sheets. So this sheet here, and then this second sheet that goes through Columbus.
Oh, wonderful.
Would all be one project.
So we got 2 roundabouts coming.
2 roundabouts, and the location of the pedestrian signals is something we'll work through as we do the design. We certainly want to make sure it's in a logical spot. Since the traffic light's coming down at Oglesby, that's very likely a logical place to have a pedestrian specific signal. But we'll work with you all and with Nigel's office on location. Where else do we need that? We can't put him every 50 feet, but where's another logical spot between crossings where we want to consider that?
Love it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Wynn?
Yes, that question was just about what I was going to ask. This is going to be fully federally funded, no local match or anything like that that's going to be required. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. The only thing that we'll be asking for, and this will happen, the official documentation will be further along in the process, but anytime we have a roundabout, particularly multi-lane in town with pedestrian access, we want to have lighting at the roundabout. So what we would be looking at is a lighting agreement with Macon-Bibb. We would pay for the infrastructure as it's installed. The agreement would be for maintenance of the lighting after the project is built. This is the case for any roundabouts we've built in Macon-Bibb under a federal safety project. And currently today, the city is paying for the energy costs at all 3 traffic lights, for Oglesby, for Anthony, and for Columbus. So it's really ends up kind of being an even trade to some degree. You're taking down 3 traffic lights, you're putting in 2 roundabouts. So there's not a significant change in the maintenance cost. And so that's the only, as far as a project and it being put in, there's no local match. As far as ongoing maintenance, there would be that request for, an agreement from the city to put in, or excuse me, to maintain and pay for the energy cost of the lighting.
Okay, so we would pay for the operation once it's installed.
That's correct.
Any maintenance is required. And I agree, this should have been a public safety item Commissioner.
Whatever. And that's standard on the lighting. So you confirm what we're used to, Tyler.
Okay.
We got to teach people how to drive in roundabouts, though.
Yeah.
That's an ongoing challenge.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for Tyler or Nigel?
I do have the two other audits that I wanted to mention.
Okay.
Chairman, if I can just, but if
Yes,
there's
sir.
other questions about this one, I can go ahead and take those now. We can address those.
Any questions about this one before he proceeds? Okay, go ahead, Tyler. Thank you.
Okay, so the second one I'm going to talk about is at Pinona, and this audit was actually done the same day. I'm going to switch back to Google Earth. So this was done the same day, and went from the limits of the Mercer audit, went from along Pinona, went from Mercer, or just north of Mercer, all the way to Eisenhower. So it was this section, excuse me, it was this section of roadway here. And so, similar characteristics in terms of concentration of crashes at major intersections. We did have a pedestrian fatality at Carroll Street within the time frame that was studied. What we looked at here, you've got two major intersections on either end, and then you've got one in the middle at Anthony. And so but there are some other considerations we looked at too, because right now you have from Eisenhower to Anthony, you have what we call a center turn lane. So you've got this section in the middle where you can turn from in either direction. It provides you a left turn lane opportunity. You can get out of traffic and make your turn. North of Anthony, that goes away. So you have just 4 lanes, 2 in each direction with no turn lane, which makes it really challenging. I'm sure we've all driven through these sections where you want to turn left, but the people behind you do not. And so you're hoping they see you with your turn signal. So those aren't really ideal as long-term options. And so what we had looked at here was, is there a way to accommodate that while still maintaining good traffic flow? And so I'm going to switch now to our recommendations. And so I'm going to start at Eisenhower. What we're looking at, well, let me start actually a few pages over. So I've got separate pages here for this one also. I'll start at Anthony. What we're looking at doing on the north side of Anthony is what we call a road diet. That's really a non-technical term for what it is. It's just reducing the number of lanes, usually to create an opportunity for a turn lane or for multimodal type options. So we would use the existing pavement surface and we would restripe it essentially from 4 lanes to 3. So you, instead of 2 lanes in each direction, you'd have 1 lane in each direction, but you would also give a center turn lane between Anthony and Mercer. So I'm going to kind of pan to the next page here where you can see that would continue all the way to the signal at Mercer. You've got an existing pedestrian crosswalk here at Sirius Academy that would remain. It would actually be a better scenario for that also, because you would just have a single lane versus multi-lane approaches. In addition to that, we would be doing traffic signal upgrades. I'm going to go back to the first sheet, which is at Eisenhower. We would be doing a traffic signal upgrade at Eisenhower and a few changes associated with that. So today, what you have is at that light, you have, of course, 2 lanes in each direction on Pinona and then 3 lanes in each direction on Eisenhower. You've also got 2 left turn lanes for every approach. So there's a lot of asphalt out there at the intersection, particularly in looking at pedestrian situations. There's a lot of crossing distance. In the analysis that was done here, we determined that the dual left, the two left turn lane scenario is not required. It's not necessary any longer. It's usually put in for capacity, and it's not necessary that those remain. And so the recommendation is, as part of the road diet and the lane changes to the north. We would also be striping out that sort of outside turn lane and keeping just a single left turn lane in each direction. It also allows us with our traffic signal heads to be a little more flexible in those operations. So today you cannot turn unless you have a green arrow. That would probably remain the case in heavy volume hours, but during lower volume hours, maybe overnight, that type of thing, you would probably see the option of turning left on a flashing yellow arrow, which you see at other intersections that have been newly upgraded. So it would allow us to be a little more efficient in some operations, depending on the time of day. We would also be looking at Anthony at also a traffic signal upgrade with similar type changes, we'd be changing out the existing traffic light heads, signal heads with flashing yellow arrows, again, to be more nimble in some of our operations. Of course, north of Anthony's, where we'll be dropping down from 5 lanes, including that turn lane, down to 3 lanes. And then we would also be doing the same thing or something similar at Mercer in terms of just replacing traffic signal heads, making sure everything is up to current standard pedestrian heads, vehicle heads, everything else, to make sure that it's, we've got the best equipment out there. One other thing, or a couple of other things that we would be looking at before I get into kind of the timetable on this, there's some gaps in sidewalk along Pinona. I'm sure y'all are aware of that, and those are identified in these sort of yellow lines here on the side. Gaps in sidewalk as well as pedestrian crossings is something that we would be looking at partnering with the city. So we could be looking at maybe like some GDOT state funded projects known as quick response. And you've seen some quick response projects in Macon-Bibb throughout the last several years. They're low budget projects, less than $200,000. So connecting sidewalk gaps, putting in pedestrian refuge islands and flashing signals is probably something we'd be looking at for either local funding or quick response state funding. And that's, those are conversations we can look at as we go on this particular project. That doesn't have to be decided today or immediately. It's just, that's the direction GDOT is looking at heading for those type of improvements. They're smaller improvements along the corridor, less expensive, and that's the way we would look to tackle those. One last thing is, well, let me go through a little bit of the time frame here. GDOT is resurfacing Pinona in fiscal year 21. Probably about this time next year is when we would see that work beginning. We usually try to do that in spring and summer. So it would be a spring calendar year 21 when we would look at resurfacing this. And what we plan to do, the best time for us to restripe and change things is when we resurface, because we're already repaving the road, we're already redoing the striping. It's much more cost effective than for us to tackle changes to striping with a resurfacing project. So when this is resurfaced is when we would plan to change the lane configuration, reduce the number of lanes down from 4 to 3 in that section, and make those improvements. We would also, the signal upgrades, we would work towards getting those scheduled, hopefully about the same time, but there may be some lag there because that would be separate funding that GDOT would be looking at with our own maintenance contracts. So those would be GDOT funded traffic light upgrades. The last thing that we would be looking at as a long-term solution would be replacing the signal at Anthony with a roundabout. Again, for traffic or for safety purposes, it was identified that this would be a good improvement long-term for that location. Now, this project does not yet have the federal funding commitment, so that's something it's earlier even than the project we just discussed. So this is certainly longer term, but it's something that GDOT plans to continue advancing and hopefully get funding for here soon. So again, all of this to address traffic or to address safety concerns along the corridor, both pedestrian and vehicular crash history. And all of these improvements will do that.
Okay.
Questions on this particular corridor?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to say, if there's questions, we'll be glad to discuss those.
I've got kind of a general question that could pertain to this for you and or Nigel. When you have a designated left-hand turn lane and the traffic light has a turn signal for that, what's the time registration as far as a vehicle coming into that lane? How long is that vehicle supposed to be in that lane before it registers or picks up on that vehicle in that lane, whereby it will give the left-hand turn signal? Because if you're not there long enough, then it doesn't pick up your vehicle, and then you just sit there through another whole rotation. What's standard for that, as far as it would pick you up if you've been there 10 seconds, or what's standard?
So it picks you up immediately when you have crossed over the detector device, and that varies. Most of the time it's in the ground, and it's a magnetic loop sensor. And so once you have crossed over that, it detects your vehicle. Now, it doesn't mean that it changes automatically by any means, because usually, particularly traffic lights along Pinona, along Eisenhower, along Mercer, are timed in a system. There's a number of traffic lights. They're close enough together that because you've got people traveling all the way down Eisenhower through all of those signals, they need to be timed and coordinated. Otherwise, you stop at every red light as you go. And so if you're let's say you're in that turn lane, you enter the turn lane, it's going to detect you immediately. Now, there are malfunctions sometimes with loops that we discover, and those are separate maintenance issues, but it detects you immediately. And what happens is, when the time comes for, let's say the green light is on Eisenhower and you're in the turn lane on Pinona, then you'll wait until the full cycle is complete for Eisenhower, and then if it has detected a left turning vehicle, then you'll be next in line, basically. Does that answer your question?
Well, somewhat. It's so I understand it detects you as soon as you cross that sensor in the ground, but there must be a time frame whereby your vehicle has to be in that lane, or it seems my sense is you have to be there a certain length of time before it will adjust and give you the left-hand turn signal. Otherwise, it goes on in the function of the light.
Well, Commissioner, it also depends on what type of left turn signal it is, whether it's a protective permissive or protective only. If it's protective only, then you got to wait until it cycles the entire intersection before it comes back around and give you a light for that left turn. If it's a protective permissive, then you can turn on that green ball or that flashing yellow arrow. So there's no need to come back and reservice that left turn, because you can turn if you got the right of way, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, so with the new lights where you got the flashing yellow, I can see how that would work. But the older lights, and I know you're going to put new lights in these locations where you're in some, in the old ones, you don't have that flashing yellow light. Like I know at Forsyth and Tucker Road, for instance, you have that going north. You have that yellow flashing light that allows you to proceed with caution and still make a turn. So that's a newer light, and that's a state road, of course, Forsyth.
Right, and so without the flashing yellow arrows, if you have just a green light and you're in a left turn lane, then the same rule still applies of yielding oncoming traffic, but a left turn is permissive. If you have a green arrow or an arrow at all, and you're in that left turn lane, then those arrows are your indicators. So if you get a green arrow, obviously you've got your you make your movement. If the green arrow is gone and you're only left with the traditional green ball, as we call it, then you would treat it like the flashing yellow arrow, where you would turn left.
Right.
You get a gap in oncoming traffic. So
Okay. Anybody are you through with that portion, Tyler? Not trying to rush you.
No, sir. Yes, we're done with this particular segment here.
Any questions for Tyler on this segment? Okay.
All right. So the last one I have is at Eisenhower. This study was done actually a little longer ago when it was actually a lot larger. I'm going to go back to Google and kind of show you the limits here. Our limits went from Bloomfield all the way to C Street. So it was, I think it was like I forget the number of miles. I don't want to misspeak, but it was a very lengthy corridor to walk. I can tell you that during the day when we did the audit. This was a few years ago that this was done. As Nigel mentioned when we first got on the call, there had been some changes along Eisenhower that were the direct result of the road safety audit. So I'll point out a few of those. We most recently have put in what we call a pedestrian hybrid beacon, pedestrian activated signal, basically at C Street, along with some, you can't really see, it's not totally complete, but you can see most of it here, as well as an island in the middle that redirects your vehicles from the side street to make a right turn. So you've eliminated that conflict crossing, and they're also provided pedestrian accommodations. Additionally, we have done some traffic signal upgrades and some changes there at Oglesby and at Macon Tech Drive. And I'll say the Oglesby, to me, was one of the biggest success stories because and you can see it in the sketch here, there were no crosswalks or pedestrian accommodations, yet you had bus stops at the intersection. So today, there's pedestrian accommodations that allow for better access there. We've also got, as part of this fiscal year's funding, we have committed Bloomfield, Heron Street, and Key Street for upgrades to the traffic lights there also. And that's not something we'll probably see for maybe another couple months, but that will be funded in terms of GDOT's fiscal year before the end of June. We also, within the last couple of years, we installed a reduced conflict U-turn at the back entrance of Academy. This is again identified as an improvement as part of the road safety audit to reduce or restrict those exits to right turns only. So what we would be looking at, I'm going to switch to the recommendations sheet here. And this is this has been updated slightly from what you probably have received, but most all of it is the same. So I'll just point out the things that are different here in a minute. We're also looking at this corridor for a road diet. As you know, it's 6 lanes basically from Key Street or a little east of Key Street all the way to 75. And really, I know all of you have been out there, it's not really necessary. It's a lot of asphalt and 6 lanes are not needed to accommodate the operations for vehicles. So we will be looking at reducing this from 6 lanes to 4 lanes. Keeping in the median as it is, likely doing this again with a resurfacing project. Now, GDOT does not have resurfacing of Eisenhower on the table right now. It's something that we'll be funding in the future, but it's not anything within the next 2 or 3 years that we have a project ready to go for. So we're looking at a longer term in terms of the road diet on this location. We would also be proposing R-cuts or reduced conflict U-turns. R-cuts, just the acronym GDOT loves to give to it, for the AT&T driveway, for the old Westgate Mall entrance, and then for Levita and Pine Street, close to the interstate. At those 3 locations, those are existing full median openings. We would be changing that to where your side street traffic would have to turn right. If you're on Eisenhower, you could continue to turn left or right or go through. If you're on the side street, you'd have to turn right and U-turn at the next available location. We would also be looking at converting this, the Pet Boys entrance here, just closing that median entirely. It's a kind of a partial median opening today as far as their exiting traffic, so we'll be closing that median off. And then we would additionally be looking at Anthony Terrace, leaving the traffic light, but again, only allowing the side streets to turn right. So your left turns from Eisenhower could continue to turn left, it would be signalized, but your side street traffic would go right only. So you would reduce those conflicts that occur there. We also would be looking at a roundabout at I-75 at the southbound ramp. Currently, that's a traffic light, so we'd be replacing the traffic light with a roundabout, maintaining the operations through there. This is a location that would be that we'd be considering for federal safety funding. It's obviously going to be a little costlier endeavor because of the type of intersection it is. So that's on point for us for federal safety dollars. And then the last sort of major improvement we would be looking at is at the northbound ramp. Currently, there's no traffic light there today. And what we would be looking at here is a change in operations. You'll continue to make the same turns you do today, but we would change the flow of Eisenhower where as you're approaching it, it drops to, you have a lane drop and you only have one lane that continues through the intersection in each direction. So for example, if you're coming from the west, if you're in the outside lane, you would be making, or you'd be forced to make a right turn onto the ramp. If you're on the inside lane, you continue through the intersection. If you're coming from the C Street direction, if you're in the outside lane, you would continue through. If you're in the inside lane, you would be directed to turn left. What that allows us to do is if you're coming from the ramp, making a left turn, currently you're having to look for 4 lanes of traffic plus turn lanes. This would allow you to make your left turn, considering the traffic coming from your west and considering the turn lane, but you're not in conflict with this through lane coming from the C Street direction. So you would turn left and get in, and you would basically be creating that new lane as you enter. So there would, the conflict here would be removed that you have today for that through traffic. So this, all of this can be done within the pavement. It's something we'd be looking at for either like a GDOT funded quick response or something even maybe our own in-house crews, maintenance crews can do. They can do concrete striping, that kind of thing, particularly in smaller type project settings. So this may be something that we try to tackle with those forces.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Tillman.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Tyler, excuse me. Tyler, we have a group that have formed a BID. We have a committee from exit 3 on Eisenhower to Oglesby place right there at the farmer's market. GDOT has allowed us to install 27 new traffic, 27 or 28 new lighting fixtures. So we would love to have you meet with our group, which is chaired by Jamie Arnold. One of the things that some have been interested in is right below the Sam's Club, and it's right at Serena Wholesale. If you would take a note and make that a entryway out of the same way it was done at the old Kroger flea market across from the mall, looking for that exact same exit entryway off of Eisenhower Parkway, which would allow people to get in and out as opposed to going back up to Log Cabin and then making a right and then going out, you know, because it's so bad on the weekend that Sam's has a police officer there just so their folks could get out. So with that would eliminate in that section where I'll just use Serena Wholesale, is people got two options. They got to go back out up to Sam's and make a right to get on Eisenhower, or they have to go all the way down to S&S and go and get out at Bloomfield, where you're talking about adding the roundabout. So because you've got those two grocery stores there, Serena and whatever the other one is, we really would like for you all to consider, because we have funding over there as well, to consider an exit way out of that particular Serena Wholesale way. This way, it alleviates traffic having to go back either direction. And if you're familiar with the area, and Nigel should be, no matter which way you go, you still got to go back up to the Sam's Way where there's a lot of traffic, and we got to go back to a Bloomfield Drive. But if you allow traffic, and I don't know, what do you call it? It's the same one, like I say, directly across from the mall, right there at the old flea market, whatever that's
right
called. Right. We're looking just to do the same thing. We think that that will help and alleviate some stuff. And our group, because I'm not speaking just for them, but I think we may have raised a little bit under $1 million with that BID, and would love to help you. And it's interesting that you say that you would be doing a roundabout at Oglesby, because it's not as congested as it is coming back up toward the other way. When you leave Sam's, that area. And then the final thing is, can you confirm, Nigel or Tyler, that we often say that Eisenhower Parkway is the most second traveled street next to Gray Highway. Has a count been, is that still the case, or what do you see? Thank you.
I'm not certain about Eisenhower now. I would have to do or look at GDOT traffic counts to give you a definite, but Pinehone Avenue is ranked up there as well. But what I'll do, I'll look at the traffic counts that GDOT has on their website, and I'll get you an answer on the amount of traffic Eisenhower was carrying versus some of the other state arterials.
Well, Nigel, that would be interesting, because there are not a lot of big trucks that's traveling on Pinehone versus coming out of Columbus and going into Columbus on Eisenhower. You've got all of that Lozella traffic. You've got all of that traffic coming from Columbus. So, I think that's important when we're making these decisions versus, doing a roundabout at Oglesby where, there's basically, I can understand that, because at some points there's not as much traffic. Just like, the folks were screaming about, the Zebulon Road, and when that project went up over there, it's not as much traffic. It's just certain parts of the day at Oglesby. So we do need to look at that, because I do think that traffic count will say maybe we do need that cut in maybe within that area somewhere, because you even have a church there. They've moved, but other things are steady coming into that area because of the improvement. And if you look at the beautification now of Eisenhower, it has improved so much over the last couple of years that a lot more folks are moving in. We've gained the Cookout, we've gained the Wendy's and the Chick-fil-A and some other things that we're excited about. We still have a long way to go, and I think GDOT could help if people can get in and out. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. We'll reach out to Jamie Arnold. We've worked with her before, and so we'll reach out to her on it sounds like a very logical option. I think we can work through those details with her. I would like to just a point of clarification. We aren't planning at this time to install a roundabout at Oglesby.
Okay.
So Oglesby, we just completed the pedestrian upgrades to that signal where we added crosswalks, added pedestrian signals. So at this point, that's all GDOT's planning to do at Oglesby. The only roundabout on Eisenhower we're looking at right now is at the southbound ramp. So just wanted to make sure I didn't know, didn't want to make sure I had not misspoken there.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch back to the layout real quick and point out one other thing or a couple other things. So we would be looking at a long-term roundabout at the southbound ramp. We'd also be Key Street traffic lights are going to be upgraded as part of this fiscal year's funding. But again, we would be looking at Pinona, at the traffic lights being upgraded there. Now, I mentioned earlier, we've got a Pinona project that we're looking at also. So there will be coordination obviously between these two since that's sort of the crossroads. My expectation would be that GDOT will take care of the traffic light upgrade, even if all of the rest of the road diet and changes have not been made. We'll make sure it accommodates the future plan, but we won't necessarily wait to do the traffic light upgrades until everything else is complete. I did want to mention also, we've got some sidewalk connectivity issues here, particularly from the Westgate area over towards Key Street. And so that's again something that we're going to be looking at probably at some type of partnership with local funding and perhaps GDOT state funded quick response. Those are possibilities that we can explore. Any questions about this particular corridor?
Tyler, what about the bike lane you got there?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'd forgotten to bring that up. So if we restripe this from 6 lanes to 4 lanes, obviously we have extra pavement out there that doesn't really have any, we don't have anything to do with it. So what we'd be doing is converting that to a separated bike lane. You'd have a buffer and then bike lanes in each direction. You'd have, obviously at your intersections, you'd have points of crossing where cyclists can continue, make turns and so forth. But that would be a big win as well, because obviously we identified a lot of pedestrians and cyclist needs along all of these corridors, but this is really an opportunity for us to repurpose the asphalt and provide for some additional mobility for cyclists in a much more protected environment than they have today.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lucas.
Thank you. I just want to express appreciation on behalf of the Pedestrian Safety Review Board for all of this work, because many of the items have been generated from discussion in Pedestrian Safety Review Board, and Nigel serves on that and has done a tremendous job, and we want to thank GDOT. I also want to request that we have that update given to Public Safety Committee, where this probably should have been, Madam Chair. But I also want us to get this information to our legislative delegation, and if they had any part, you remember we passed a resolution asking them to assist us with these kinds of things, sidewalks, the lighting, all of these roundabouts and all of that. And we certainly want GDOT and Nigel to get this information to them, to let them know what improvements are being made in areas that they also represent, so that they can continue helping us to push for improvements. Because we've still got a lot of work to do, but we appreciate GDOT for all of this. This is a tremendous amount of work, and we are appreciative, and we need to use our SPLOST pedestrian safety monies that we designated in the SPLOST for filling in the gaps where GDOT doesn't fund it. We need to use that money to fund the sidewalks, the lighting, whatever it is that we need to do. That's why we put it in the SPLOST. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Commissioner Lucas. And we'll be sure to, we can definitely provide those updates to the legislative delegation. And I appreciate Macon-Bibb's interest and support in every one of these audits we've done. Nigel and his team have been present and have been involved and assisting us with information and that type of thing. And we also, I did want to point out, we had a road safety audit done also on Emory Highway that GDOT had sponsored. And so we hope to have some updates on that, in the future. That's still being processed in terms of improvement possibilities. And the city had led an initiative along Gray Highway as well.
Right.
And I think probably need to circle back with Nigel and his team, and I know Brad Belo was involved with that, and just try to get a consensus on what we need to look at for future improvements. But we consider this a big win where we can make a lot of efforts. So, as I mentioned before, some of this is going to be different steps at a time. It may not be one, unlike Mercer, where it's one big project. The rest of these are going to take some time to implement with many steps, but I think we can get there.
Great.
Anything you want to add, Nigel?
No, I think Tyler said a mouthful.
He did. So Tyler, to kind of recap, project number 1 has been fully funded by it's a federal safety project that are fully funded and committed to. The other 2 are still in the development process. And you gave us a lot of good information, and we appreciate you and GDOT, and we appreciate Nigel, as it's been stated, and the Public Safety Review Committee, and we appreciate you including the commissioners that cover these areas so they can have some input from citizenry and various groups. So we appreciate the inclusion.
All right, sure. Thank you very much.
Any further questions for Tyler while we have him here? Thank you so much. Those are some great safety improvements, and we look forward to seeing them being in place.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to number 5, which is regulations regarding Lake Tobesofkee, a resolution to establish new regulations governing the Lake Tobesofkee recreation area related to camping fees, parking fees, and facility rental fees. This was sponsored by Commissioner Joe Allen. So Joe, I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak, say whatever you want.
Motion to go to lunch.
You can go ahead and lunch.
I'll meet the Bears Den, Mayor.
Motion for a time limit.
I'll give you a good time limit. Okay.
All right, Commissioner Allen, tell us.
Thank you. Several months ago, we had a vote to bring the fees down until we could get most of the work done at Lake Tobesofkee. I asked that we did $5 a carload, and some other fees were brought down. We also asked that as soon as the work started out there, hopefully before Memorial Day, which has already passed, work is still being done, that we take the fees back up. We lost $30,000 in our final for last year by bringing the fees down. We had a lot of people come to the lake. What I'm asking is either Ms. Ross has the resolution with the fee structure, or Dr. Moffitt or Ms. Moore, if they could give the fee structure to us and let us know exactly. They've been moved up to right below state levels. So everyone will be going this year, will at a certain date and time to be announced by Dr. Moffitt in the very near future, that the new fees will go into place.
Is there anything, Michael, you want to add to that as far as what the fees are? I guess that's with an exhibit. I don't have that in front of me, what they're going.
Sure.
It's in the legislation.
Right, it's the body of the legislation, and the way this resolution is drafted is that it takes effect immediately upon approval. So if you want to change the effective date to start the fees at another time, we can make that amendment. But the first is, so right now it's a flat fee of for cars, $5 a car, but there were different fees that were spelled out for buses or passenger vans, different types of vehicles. This changes it to a per person fee, no matter what type of vehicle they're coming in by, it's $3 a person. The launch fee stays at $5 a vessel. Several of the pavilions were increased. So the enclosed pavilion at Claystone will go from $300 to $350 a day. The open pavilions stay at $5 a day. Sandy Beach, the upper pavilion goes from $175 to $225 per day. And the lower pavilion goes from $150 to $200 per day. And then at Arrowhead, there's a pavilion there. It's currently $150, goes up to $200 per day. This also keeps the summer parking pass for people that purchase the season pass for the water park at $30. So if you have a water park summer pass, then you can buy a season pass to park at the water park for $30. And then this increases several of the camping fees as well. So the waterfront sites with water and electric go from $25 to $30 per night. The waterfront sites with water, electric, and sewer go from $25 to $35 per night. The pull-through and back-in sites with sewer service go from $25 to $30 per night. The pull-through and back-in sites with water and electric service go from $22 to $27 per night. The tent sites with water and electric service go from $18 to $23. And the primitive camping sites go from $15 to $20. And then one other provision that this adds in is that if someone wants to make a reservation for a camping site or a pavilion, they have to pay a deposit of 50% of the total renting price at the time they make the reservation. And that goes towards the cost of the reservation, but is otherwise non-refundable except by the mayor or the commission.
This was approved that we were going to go up on these fees back several months ago, Michael. Do you know when we did this?
I don't know off the top of my head when we changed them. I think it was a year or two ago that we lowered.
Less than a year. It's been within the last year. Dr. Moffitt would, and I see some of y'all a little shaking your head a little bit, but guys, look, this was done knowing that we was going to do all this work, taking the fees down to $5 a carload. You know, that park out there makes money for Macon-Bibb County. And what we have to do is utilize something that's working for us. We've not gone up on those fees in quite a while. And now it's time that, and like I said, we said it would have to go back up. And Dr. Moffitt and Ms. Moore went below state level. I saw Dr. Moffitt online. I think he could address that.
Yes, sir. Again, this is the recommendation to get us back in par. Since we made the change 2 years ago, we have seen a decrease in revenues compared in previous years. Again, this is just putting us back at the level we were about 2 years ago.
So Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask Commissioner Allen, these, well, I think Dr. Moffitt just said that, but these were similar fees that we had a couple of years ago, right? We're just going back to those. Is that pretty much what we're doing?
In my opinion, we're going up on our fees compared to what we had several years ago. This is right below state level. We didn't go to state level. We went right below state level. But
it's similar to what we had a couple of years ago.
It's pretty close, yes, but it's not to a level to exceed the state, but it's not at the level of where we were.
Let's let Michael address that. Michael?
Yeah. So I've got the resolution here where they were changed before. This was adopted in June of 2018. And the admission fees were $3 per person. It was changed to a variable rate depending on the type of vehicle the people were in. But that's going back to what it was before. The boat launch fee 2 years ago, you raised it from $4 a boat to $5 a boat. That's staying the same at $5. And then the pavilion rental fees are all going up a little bit from where they were 2 years ago. So for example, the enclosed pavilion at Claystone, it was $200 in 2018. You raised it to $300. This resolution would now raise it to $350 per day. So the pavilion fees do go up a little bit, but the admission and parking fees and the boat launch fees all stay the same. And then the camping fees were not affected by the 2018 resolution at all. And so the camping fees are going up a little bit for, they just weren't addressed 2 years ago when you considered this.
Okay.
Given the fact that they're all seem very reasonable to me, and some of them are the same, some of them are slightly more, but given the fact that they're very reasonable and they're below state levels, I would be in favor of it. Any other comments?
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I am not in favor of us increasing stuff right now. Folks just got their property tax estimates or bills or what. I don't know about anybody else, but I got mine. Something indicating what it would probably be. But I would like for us to get the work done out there and then take a look at this again. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but right now I am, because I don't, with the pandemic, with all the other things, with folks being off work, having to almost beg people for some unemployment, and we don't know how many, there are lots and lots of folks who are in those situations. Do we want to discourage use now? And any perceived increase is going to be, in the eyes of the public, increases, and you're adding to this and you're taxing me here, you're taxing me there. Do we want to do this at this time? I am not in favor of changing this right now. It will be necessary. I don't think there's a problem later on, but I don't want to do it right now. And especially with the unemployment situation, and also with the property tax bills going out. So I would not be in favor of voting for that right now. I just would like for us to look at it. I need to look at the actual increases myself a second time, and then I would be prepared to discuss and possibly vote for it, but I'm not at this time. And you'll have to excuse me, I do have a doctor's appointment, but I will be back just as soon as I am finished.
Okay, well, be well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wynn?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From what I was hearing, the majority of the bigger fees are going to be for the pavilion rental. The other things that are going to remain almost constant or just slightly above, like the boat launching fee, I think didn't change. The admission per card didn't change, or might have gone up $1 or so. So the biggest things I heard, and the camping fees were just slightly $5 or so. So the biggest thing I heard were pavilions, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, I'm not so sure that people are going to be renting pavilions with the virus still hanging on around us, and people really don't want people to gather that much. So pavilions may not be being booked very much to start with, maybe not till the end of the summer anyway. But I'm in favor of changing the fees now, because I think we need to find some way to bring income back to at least something we're doing with our city. And that would be a good way to do it. And besides, like I said, the smaller fees are not going to really change that much. It's just the pavilion fees. And I kind of doubt a lot of pavilions going to be rented right now.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We got a motion to approve and a second.
So is the work complete?
It's being done now. Some of the work's being done now. It's going to take a while to do it all.
So we're gonna go up on the fees immediately before the work is completed. And the reason we went down on the fees is to honor people for the work that was being completed and the partial service they would get. I don't understand the urgency of raising the fees today based on those points.
Based on the points of the money we lost last year, we have to. I mean, the type funding we get at Lake Tobosoffke is not just tax dollars. Hotel motels tax dollars is what we basically get out there and what people spend to use out there.
Any further comments?
Well, just one further comment to address that. I think the pavilions are going to be the ones that may not be rented that much, but the other facilities we have are operational. I mean, I know we're upgrading some restrooms in I think it was the guards gates. Is that right, Commissioner?
The gatehouses.
Things like that, but just the regular use, people going swimming and boating, I think those fees are staying pretty much the same and close to it. So, you know, I know that construction is underway to finish some of those other things, and that'll be done, but we want to do this now at the beginning of the summer so they can get used to it, because the traffic is going to pick up out there.
Good time to be outdoors.
Yes.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Is that Commissioner Watkins?
Yeah, I'm not on the committee, I believe.
Bivens.
Who was the opposing?
Bivens.
Bivens, I'm sorry. Commissioner Burt Bivens III voted against, so passes 4-1. And that completes that. Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Number 6 is real estate broker services, a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a professional service agreement with Coldwell Banker Commercial, Eberhard and Berry, Inc., Stephanie Folsom, to provide real estate broker services for the disposal of county-owned surplus property. Before I turn that over to you, Mr. Mayor, for some comments, just from my standpoint, I'm with Coldwell Banker Access Realty. That's our new name. We were Coldwell Banker Sheridan Solomon Kernigan. My office is a residential real estate office. I sell houses and land. Just to make sure everyone understands there's no conflict here. This is a totally separate office that deals in commercial real estate only. I certainly know Stephanie Folsom. I have never dealt with her on a real estate transaction, but she does have an excellent reputation, I can tell you that. So with that, I'm going to ask Mayor Rickard if he wants to say anything about this.
I really think that either the county attorney or the county manager may have better information. My recollection is that several months, if not years ago, we adopted the policy that allowed you to hire a commercial real estate broker to help get rid of surplus property. And now what we've done is more recently gone through an RFP, RFQ process, and the selection panel recommends Stephanie Folsom, who was one of, I think, 2 that submitted the application.
Questions on the RFP process here. How was that managed?
Yes, sir. If you recall, before County Attorney Judge Drake left, he presented this saying that the state had created a rule that allowed governments to contract with a realtor to sell surplus property and even represent us on the purchase and buying of property. So before he left, we put an RFP together. We put it out. We had 2 respondents, one from Atlanta and then the one local from Caldwell through Ms. Folsom. We went.
So how did y'all
along because we have talked.
Wait a minute.
Like,
what do you mean?
How many did we send it to?
No, we had it on our website.
How many did we? I mean, 2 just seems really low for real estate agents. Like thousands of those guys.
Well, again, this was something new in the process as far as how we would use the real estate agent. But we put it on our website. When you say send it to, at that time, Chauncey was here. So I have to go to procurement and find out where we advertised, but I do know it was on our website. So it was out for the public. So I would have to get the exact specifics of when you say, who do we send it to, exactly what organizations or what associations that he did forward it to. So I have to get that information, but we did have 2 responders.
Yeah, I'm curious if anything went out. I mean, I know Mallory serves as a agent, realtor. I do too on a brokerage. I hadn't seen anything about this or heard any comments from the industry on this, and that just strikes me as a little strange.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gervin.
According to I'll defer to Michelle on this because she drafted the resolution, I believe. But according to the resolution, the RFPs were published on August 12th, 2019 and posted on the Macon-Bibb County procurement page into the Georgia Procurement Registry. Michelle, do you have any other information about that? You're muted.
Any other associations of realtors here? That's
Michelle, there you go.
I'm getting there. Yes, yes. So the information that I had was the same that you're mentioning. It was just what was provided in the procurement packet itself. And I think, you know, one of the issues was that this was something brand new. We moved on it fairly close in time after it was passed state level. I don't have any additional information. I'm looking through the packet. I don't have any additional information.
So I'm curious about the scope of services. What are we agreeing to when we say real estate services?
Basically, the scope of services is modeled. I took it from the code itself. So the code itself breaks out how the broker works in this situation. The county manager, city manager will provide a list of surplus property. It's a pretty comprehensive list. It has several hundred properties on it. Some are pretty small, some are larger in scale. Dr. Moffitt and I have met with Stephanie to discuss kind of how to tackle that list, but it's basically looking at the properties that are maybe larger in scale. She will have to comply completely with the statute on how to go about the services. So in talking with her to kind of achieve this, she will sometimes use, she'll group parcels together and put them on auction.
So I'm clear then, we're not talking about one property on a single basis. We're talking about some type of contract for perpetuity, as whatever is surplus now and what may ever occur in the future, she would have exclusive rights.
It is definitely an evolving list. Properties will come off of it, properties will be added to it. It is the list of surplus property as it exists at the time of this contract. It is,
but I don't think that the word exclusive applies here. And this is really just another avenue for us to be proactive to market property. If you know the current way we do it, we can either transfer it to the UDA, or we could go through the county attorney's office and have, which offer the closed bid process. So again, this is just another avenue, but when the state changed the code, they allow for us to contract with a realtor to represent us in real estate matters of buying and selling property. And this would be our process in contracting with Ms. Folsom to be that realtor. What I've done
there's
is
the property on the wholesale, what do you call the list again? Surplus list?
Yes.
And Ms. Folsom has engaged it, whatever the engagement procedures may be, and it sells, she receives a commission, correct?
Right.
All right. That's okay. So she has exclusive rights to list those properties.
It's not exclusive, as Dr. Moffitt was pointing out.
Okay. What type of
there will always be an approval process in there. She can't sell something that does not go through the approval process. So commission would still have to approve the sale of the property. That authority is not taken away.
Okay, but okay.
And it's not exclusive. There are other ways that property can still be sold, as Dr. Moffitt was pointing out correctly. This is just an additional means of accomplishing the movement of property.
Okay.
Sitting there.
And I assume we got a really good deal on the commission rate, being that it's a bulk deal. What is the commission?
The commission rate is 10% of the sale.
And is that the industry average?
That was my understanding of it. That was actually something that she negotiated with Chauncey before he left. That was the term that I was provided. And it's my understanding that is kind of an industry standard for commercial property.
And if that is the average, we got no discount on the average.
can't really speak to that part of it.
Let me interject here. I think where Commissioner Watkins is coming from. Number one, we can't talk about commission in the real estate industry because it gets put in called collusion. So that would be a fee that would be very common in this area. So I'll put it that way. And I think what he wants to know is typically when we sign a real estate contract, it's called an exclusive right to sell listing agreement. But it sounds like what you've done is given her a list of properties that these are properties we're interested in selling. So perhaps the procedure is, okay, I've got a buyer for building A, and then perhaps you draw up an exclusive right to sell listing agreement at that point in time where she has engaged a prospective buyer. I don't know. You'll have to tell me on that one, but typically that's what we deal with. Keith and Michelle and we deal with an exclusive right to sell listing agreement for a specific property. So it sounds to me like you're probably, it's almost like what we call a pocket listing, Virgil, in that, okay, I've got this list of properties that I can sell. And if I bring a ready, willing, and able buyer to Macon-Bibb County, then I'm going to draw up an exclusive right to sell listing agreement and engage in and move toward closing. Is that the way it's set up?
Oh, Mr. Chair, can I add something real quick?
1 second. Let him answer this question first.
The mayor, I think, wanted to answer.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is for both buying and selling property. Right. Oftentimes, just for example, and let me just use an example. We have looked in the past for a location, for example, a fire station. And we really have been a little bit hampered by trying to negotiate with the property owner, find the property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this would give us a real estate agent that would work for us when we said we're looking to acquire property, buy property, and that's the one when we purchase property, that the 10% commission would apply. So commission would obviously be involved in what property we're trying to acquire, and then you just use the agent to help acquire it, and you pay the commission, which is kind of a going rate anyway, but at least they'd be able to negotiate for you. They also, however, would assist us with the disposition of surplus property. So you got two buying and selling. And where you're trying to sell property, the process has to comply with state law, which is either sealed bid anytime you get rid of public property. But what the agent is supposed to do for us is actively market the disposition of surplus property, comply with all federal, state, and local laws, create a website which posts a request for sealed bids, questions by interested parties, responses to questions submitted by arranging a time for people to go look at the surplus property, and then receive and present sealed bids to us to look at. And then whoever is the high bidder would get it. And then for that, she gets a commission of $500 or 1% of the fair market price. So if you had a list of blighted properties, for example, that you've acquired and now trying to sell the blighted property, you can't use the SPLOST fund, because SPLOST you have to maintain possession. But if you use general fund monies to acquire some of these blighted structures and then try to sell the lot, could be a residential lot, could be a commercial lot, whatever we're doing as far as these blighted structures are concerned, you go through this sealed bid process, is my understanding. So I'll turn it back over to the county attorney.
Let me make one just minor clarification on what the mayor said. The compensation is 10% for gross sales, and the $500 or 1% is for any property marketed but not sold by the contractor. So just
wait a minute, you get $500 if it doesn't sell?
She'll have a minimum fee according to this contract I'm reading. Michelle, you can clarify this. Of $500.
Yes, that's correct.
Market value, whatever fee is greater for any property marketed by the broker but not sold. If she does,
is there a time limit on that, or that need to be determined?
There is a time limit that's put in there. It's basically within 60 days of the bid opening or auction date.
And 1%
So we're
or
basically
500, whichever is greater or whichever is lesser.
whichever is greater. And
So
that is
if
to
we
cover
do
her
$1 million
market.
property and it doesn't sell in 60 days, total failure on the contract side, we lose how much?
It would be 1% of that.
1% of, you talking about $1 million?
Yeah.
It'd be the greater for $500 or 1%, and that could be 1%.
I don't like that. Why would we agree to that? I don't like that. And that's not the only problem I have with this contract, but that seems major.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to get in here.
I'm sorry.
Instead of
One second. All right, Commissioner Wynn, go ahead, and then I've got something to say too.
Instead of just jumping in, I'm asking for permission to talk. Back to just two short questions to Dr. Moffitt. This contract was done in the appropriate manner through an RFP, is that correct? And secondly, is this contract with Ms. Folsom there's no end date on it? There's no contract date, like a year, 2 years, 5 years? Is it extended forever, or can we?
No, I'll answer that question.
Thank you.
It's
And
a
back to
term.
the RFP too. I want to know how that was done. Sounds like it was done.
I'm sorry. I'll answer the second question first, which is the termination. The term, if you keep renewing it or don't non-renew it, it goes to June 30th, 2023. But it's also got a 30-day termination provision with or without cause in it. So it's a 30-day contract effect.
Okay, and a 2 year until it's renewed again, or something like that. 3 years.
3 years.
If you don't non-renew it, it goes on. But again, you can terminate it. Either party can terminate it with 30 days notice.
Got it. Okay.
And I'll defer to Dr. Moffitt on the RFP process.
Yes, ma'am. It was done through the normal RFP process.
And if I could add, we do have the numbers for how many people received notification on the registry for this one. It went out to 587 potential vendors. Of those, 172 were African American, 27 were Asian, 5 Native American, 16 Hispanic or Latino, and the remainers were non-minority. So it did receive attention, or at least notice was sent to a fair amount of people, fair number of people.
And only 2 responded.
Right, correct.
So just going back to some of Commissioner Watkins' concern, one of the things is that this is just another tool that we want to use in trying to be proactive. And again, the first part of this project is my intention after we get through the budget is to sit down with Ms. Folsom and look at those properties that we know we own that we don't have a use for. Those are those small, irregular shaped pieces that we just own, that maybe she can go to the neighbor of that property and say, hey, are you interested in purchasing? Her job is to go out and actively market what we would deem surplus property. And again, you would have to approve that list of surplus property. So again, we're just putting this together. And again, I just want to use this as another tool in the toolbox to try to increase some revenue and get rid of some of this property that we have on the books that we're never gonna do anything with.
I'm all for that.
I'm all for the process, Keith, and using the tool. I don't have any problem with the commission. It sounded like that if the $500, Duke, you correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like that only comes into play if it involves an auction property, and then it didn't sell because she had done a lot of work as far as setting up the advertising the auction, et cetera. Is that correct?
Michelle, can you elaborate on when the fee kicks in for the minimum?
Right, the fee would kick in if she's actually done work to actively market the property. And that, if you look in the term, it says here, if no bids are received, all bids are rejected, or Macon-Bibb Commission fails to approve a sale within 60 days of the bid opening or auction date. That's when the minimum payment would come into effect.
So it applies only to an auction property where you're paid for marketing expenses. Because see, typically in real estate, this is the only expertise I have in this world. Typically in real estate, we're a performance industry. So we get a commission if we have a closing. So it sounds, if in fact it's only about relates to auctions, then I understand that.
Well, it also applies to just, she's going to have other tools to sell the property, like listing it on her website, advertising it. If she's gone through the process of doing those things, those steps where she's actively marketing a particular piece of property. But remember that the commission always has to approve a sale. So if bids are rejected, if no bids are received, if those factors come into play, then the minimum compensation would also be involved.
Which is the $500.
Or the 1%.
What is it, 5% or 1%, whichever is greater or less? Which is it?
Greater.
Whichever is greater.
$500 or 1%, whichever is greater.
All right, so here again, you're not being clear in that. So is that for a 1-year listing period? Okay, we never got any bids, and I've spent all this marketing dollars. So you're gonna reimburse me for the said marketing dollars because it didn't sell within a 12-month period, or what is it? I think that's
the period that was anticipated was 60 days. If it sat there for 60 days.
okay. I think that's a little lenient, although at the same time, I would tell you that you're fortunate to find a commercial realtor that would even take on some of these properties because they're not very desirable in most cases. Go ahead, Michael.
I just want to remind for either process, the auction process or the sealed bid process, this is going to work somewhat like an RFP does for purchasing.
Mm-hmm.
So if we identify a property and we say we're going to sell it by sealed bids, then basically it'll just be like publishing an RFP, inviting people to submit their proposals to buy the property, except it's just a quote for the price they want to pay for the property. So she'll market it online for 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, however long it is, depending on the property. But there'll be in that notice, that solicitation for bids, there'll be a firm, you have to get your bid in by X date and time in order for it to be considered.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be the deadline when we know, have we gotten any bids? We don't get any bids. We know what the bids are. And then we can come to the commission and say, hey, we marketed this parcel of property. It was deemed surplus by the administration and the departments. And the high bid that we got was, $100,000 or whatever. Does the commission approve the resolution to sell that and accept the bid or not? So every marketing, a normal commercial real estate listing or any real estate listing, you just kind of put it out on the market and you wait for, until you get a buyer. There's no end date. But with this, with the auctions and the sealed bids, everything that we list is going to have an end date when the bids will be due by or when the auction will be held. So it works a little bit differently in timing as well.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Well, let me make this comment, then I'll come to you, sir. One comment there, Michael. So, typically a contract, as you know, a contract has a beginning and it has an end. So when you say it doesn't have an end date, that confuses me. And you need to allow enough market time. So what days on the market would be, and we certainly don't know what average days on the market would be for some of these buildings that are mostly undesirable. So that's what I'm trying to get at is 90 days, or I think I hear you saying 60 days. Is that enough time to determine, yes, this is saleable or not saleable? Is that enough market time, days on the market? That's my question.
The contract defers to Ms. Folsom to make that determination. How long does it need to be marketed for?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. This question is for Mr. Attorney. Either one can answer it if they know. Number one, I thought we already had this type of agreement with the Urban Development Authority. Number two, how is this different from the tax commissioner that is already, marketing properties for us already? And maybe the difference, is it commercial versus residential? I'm just trying to say number one and two. How is it different? And my understanding, we had this already agreed upon with the Urban Development Authority. Thank you.
My opinion would be, it would be, as Keith has said, just another tool in the toolbox, because we still have a lot of surplus property, and I think Stephanie Folsom, or an excellent commercial realtor like her, could be very valuable to us, because we're not moving those properties. So we need additional help in dispersing or moving those properties. That would be my opinion.
Well, that's correct. This is Duke. It's another way of disposing of surplus property. The tax commissioner can and is doing tax foreclosure sales related to properties that have tax liens on them. People don't pay their ad valorem taxes. The Urban Development Authority can dispose of property in certain ways consistent with urban development. This is just another. This may be a property that doesn't fit any of those categories that the county wants to dispose of because it's just sitting there. And again, it's not exclusive. The county manager, contemplated in the contract, will give a list of property that would be subject to being disposed of. So it doesn't necessarily have, it doesn't necessarily cross over into the lines that you described with the tax commissioner and the Urban Development Authority. It could be just totally separate.
As a follow-up, let me follow up, Mr. Commissioner. So then why not, because we know a lot of folks want to do business with the government, why not let it be a free-for-all for any, why put a bid out? Why not just allow realtors to come and get a list of our properties, and if they can get a sale, just take care of whomever sells the property? Why did we send it out for a bid or have to be exclusive? Because there's a lot of people are listening, and I know our process. I just thought maybe would it, is it some reason why we just didn't say any realtor, Macon-Bibb has all these properties, help us move them. You may have connections that we don't have, and just let it be, free for all for any realtor. Why did we just do it exclusive and go through a bid process? Thank you.
I can answer that for you. You'll come out better if you have a quote listing agent, because that agent's going to focus on those properties and has a vested interest in moving them. I would think in this arrangement, if and it sounds almost like what we call a pocket listing, Duke, in that she has this list of inventory, but it does not prohibit someone else from coming forward and say, I've got a buyer for building A over here. I've got a buyer, and I'm going to submit this offer to purchase and sale agreement to Stephanie Folsom, who would be I don't know where the background's coming from. I'm going to submit this to Stephanie Folsom, who will be our quote listing agent. And at that point in time, you would have a purchase and sale. One would be a listing broker, one would be a selling broker. And my question would be, typically in real estate, not required, but typically the seller pays the commission. So of course that would be us on our properties, and the buyer doesn't typically pay a commission. So anyway, it sounds to me like that's the arrangement. She's given a list of properties, and she has the right to go out and market and sell these properties, and she's got different benefits for doing both. Of course, the ultimate payoff is when she sells or closes on the property, and that's when she makes a commission. You could have another realtor involved, I would think.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I would say that's correct. And to Mayor Pro Tem, I would say that yes, we still would have this arrangement where we could transfer property to the Urban Development Authority. Yep. This doesn't lock us into just one way of disposing of property. So we could transfer it to the Urban Development Authority. But for those properties on a list that we declare surplus, then Stephanie, as our agent, would go through all these steps to create a website, to create the same kinds of things that the tax commissioner did, and market them. Another tool in the toolbox.
Yes, sir. I agree. We need the additional help from somebody like Stephanie, and many of these properties are going to be extremely, extremely hard to sell, and she will have earned her commission. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Bivens.
Sounds like we need to put this on hold until we can do a review. There are a lot of questions and seems to be misunderstandings about it.
Well, my questions have been answered. Does anybody else have any questions?
I guess, yeah, I'm still more than a little concerned. I see the advantage of it, but I guess process-wise, I don't know how the city, if I'm correct, most of these surpluses are what we're talking about that's are currently maintained by the Land Bank Authority. Am I?
No, not necessarily. The Land Bank Authority has been reticent to accept because of the maintenance involved. So they've been reticent to accept for disposition properties for which there is no immediate purpose. And I think maybe Commissioner Bivens can confirm that for us. So we don't have an outlet through the Land Bank Authority for just blighted properties that we end up holding title to.
I think that's true. The land bank helps facilitate sales. A lot of that facilitation happens because of its ability to forgive taxes. But if properties that had not been dealt with will turn over to the land bank doesn't have the funding to pay people to keep all that property up.
So surplus property that the county owns now that's not maintained by the Land Bank Authority is maintenance by whom?
A lot of times it doesn't get maintained. That's why we have so much blighted property out there when, you know, with trees and bushes in yards.
Right.
And that's true too, but we've got nobody trying to market that property, actively market it.
Exactly. Well, if there are no further comments and questions, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Commissioner Bivens opposed. It passes 4-1. I think it'll be a good tool. And I think she'll do a good job. It'll be a hard task. That's all we have for facilities and engineering. So we are hereby adjourned. Anybody need to make a comfort break? Mayor, do you want to make that announcement or?
Well, no, I mean, what I'd like to do is to see if we couldn't go to the next committee, which is Public Safety Committee. It's got one item on the agenda.
Right.
So
I think we can make this quick, okay, guys? Just hold on, we can make this quick.
Chairman Wynn, why don't you roll on?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll call the Public Safety Committee to order. We have with us myself, the chair, and we have Vice Chair Jones and Commissioners Allen, Scotty Shepherd, and Virgil Watkins. We're a full house, guy, good deck to deal with, okay? So we've just got a couple of items here. First of all, the minutes from February 25th, 2020. Do I have I entertain a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any deletions, additions, or corrections to the minutes? If none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? The minutes are approved. All right, the next item of business is basically, if you'll put that up, whoever does that, Rachel. Thank you. It's we are going to have to put out some upgraded stainless steel kennels at our Macon-Bibb County Animal Shelter. Let me just give a little background, or maybe one of the attorneys wants to do this, but we entered into a consent order with the Department of Agriculture, who came in and inspected our animal shelter back in October of 2019 and found some purported issues out there. And one of the issues was we had to upgrade the kennels out there. And this money is being used, and it comes from the SPLOST money for animal control. So it's not coming out of the general fund, but it's something we have to do to comply with the consent order that we entered into with the Department of Agriculture. And this is one of the many things we need to do. But if we do this, we're complying with that consent order and we're avoiding a fine down the road. So do we need any further explanation of that right now? Or the attorney?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any further discussion on that? All right, all those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
All those against, state the same. The motion has been approved. See, guys, I told you it was going to be short and sweet. And just remember, public safety, not just a committee thing, it's something every day for you folks out there to stay safe as we move through this pandemic. And I thank you. And this is all the business on our committee today. So the committee, excuse me, we're through.
Amen.
We're done.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Wynn. I appreciate you being so expeditious in handling the affairs of the committee.
Well, I need a comfort break too, so that's why we need to be.
Well, and so let me do this. Let me call to order the committee of the whole and tell you what's on the agenda, so you'll have a little bit better idea. And after we get through with committee of the whole, operations and finance will convene, and operations and finance has a couple of items that they need to get to, actually one, I guess, before they go into their talk about the budget. So I don't know how long Chairman Watkins is going to want to work on that. But as for the committee of the whole, we've got on our agenda approval of the minutes, and then there are two companion ordinances for a proposed reduction in force for the contemplated furlough of recreation for a period of approximately 90 days, and then a year-long furlough of a half a day per week or 1 day of pay period is contemplated. So there'll be some discussion about giving the mayor the authority to do that, because we need to improve the Reduction in Force Act. We then want to broach the conversation about repealing the ordinance that Chairman Watkins sponsored to create a 2% increase and getting, it's a new pay scale. It was to be effective on July the 1st. And we admitted when we had the last budget meeting that we had not taken that into consideration in formulation of the budget. So what we're asking is to kind of repeal that so it doesn't go into effect on July the 1st. And instead we substitute a new pay scale that's in the final process of being presented to us by the consultant. So then we've got a loan contemplation to the Macon Housing Authority for a low-income housing plan that they're trying to put in down at the intersection of 7th Street and Walnut. And this is to loan them $375,000 out of a revolving loan fund that we have for that purpose through Economic and Community Development Department. So those are the items on the list, and I'm hopeful that we can have a rather short meeting and allow Chairman Watkins to convene his operations and finance in 45 minutes to an hour. So now what's the thought about taking a comfort break for 5 minutes now and recessing for 5 minutes and then coming back, or plow straight ahead?
Whichever one you choose. I was planning on doing a lunch break prior to our budget stuff starting, because we've been here for a while.
Okay. Then my thought would be if you feel the need to take a comfort break, that you do so wherever you are and do it one at a time as you need to, but that we go ahead and move forward with the committee of the whole and the agenda as I just presented it. Is there any strenuous objection to doing it that way? Hearing no strenuous objection, then let's go ahead and take the first item, which is approval of the minutes of our May the 12th committee of the whole meeting, which have been prepared and distributed to you.
So moved.
Got Schlesinger. Gonna get a second?
Second.
By Wynn. All in favor of approval of the minutes, then signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Okay, the second item is a A and a B part, and I'm going to ask the attorneys to kind of walk us through kind of what they did, and Dr. Moffitt as well, with the proposed reduction in force bills. Dr. Moffitt, do you want to lead us off, or you want to turn it over to the attorneys, or what?
Well, I can definitely lead it off. As you know, when we presented the budget this year, we did talk about the possibility of including furloughs in the budget, the final budget. With that, the policy currently is tied all into one policy, the reduction in force policy. So what I would like to do is ask for the attorneys to explain to you the proposed change to the ordinance, which will specifically deal with furloughs if and when we need to do this in the future. To give you an example, the reduction in force is pretty much a almost like a termination or a permanent layoff, where we anticipate that a furlough will have a time period on it and some certain stipulations as to how we would implement the furlough and what approval levels would go along with that. So with that, with Michael or Duke, well, Michael, since you drafted, could you explain the highlights of this policy? You're muted, Michael.
Sorry, I'd be glad to go over these. I do want to know, and apologize if this is my mistake, but the versions of these ordinances that are appearing on the board docs are missing an amendment that I made on Friday to these. And so I just want to include that in the discussion. But the first item is regards general employees. And so this is an authorization for the mayor and the administration to furlough those employees that are identified in the exhibit based on the needs of the county, the operational and financial needs of the county, for a period of time not to exceed 8 hours per pay period, to begin no earlier than when the ordinance takes effect and end no later than June 30th of 2021. And so the group of employees that this impacts would be all Bibb County Sheriff's Office employees except for sworn deputies, all fire department employees except for sworn firefighters, all other employees that Macon-Bibb County manages or processes payroll for, including employees of constitutional or elected officials, except for those employees who we do not have the legal authority to reduce their salaries for, and those employees working in E911 or emergency management departments. And so this is, because this is written as a grant of authority, first of all, I want to note that this does not require the mayor or administration to use the full extent of the furlough power. If there's a department that has a particular need, for example, they're working on some project and they really need the manpower to do some sort of final push 1 week, the mayor and administration would have the authority to waive the furlough requirements on a department by department or week by week basis. Also, depending on volatility in the market, if revenues come in higher than expected and the financial need isn't as strong, then they have the authority to terminate this at any time. It doesn't necessarily have to carry all the way through the end of June. But the provision that's not on board docs also adds, as part of the implementation of this policy, employees shall not be permitted to take annual leave or other paid leave during hours in which the employee is furloughed. If an employee is furloughed for only part of a workday, that employee may take annual or other paid leave for those hours where the employee is scheduled to work in accordance with applicable leave policies. And so the purpose of that is so if you're furloughed for a period of time, then if the entire county takes annual leave in lieu of going on furlough, then there's no cost savings achieved. But by taking that option away and just clarifying that that's the case, then that'll ensure that to the extent we have to use a furlough, that'll achieve the desired effect. Up there, I can go on to the recreation ordinance if you'd like.
Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, sorry. So the one for the recreation department, basically it sets out the same parameters except for it allows for the employees in recreation department to be furloughed for a period of time not to exceed 64 hours per pay period. So that's a max of 8 out of the 10 days per pay period. And to begin no earlier than the effective date of this ordinance and no later than August 31st, 2020. This is much shorter in duration. This will be at most June, July, and August, 3 months. The same provisions about not allowing employees to take paid leave during the furlough time is in here. And then in the exhibit, it's got a list by title of the employees that would be eligible for furlough. And my understanding is there's 71 or 72 employees in the rec department, and this list by title 5 of those employees. And my understanding is this is essentially the people that work in the various recreation centers that will not be operating for the summer. And so this takes them down to 1 day to a minimum of 1 day per week, 2 days per pay period. Again, this is a grant of authority, so the mayor and administration, as needed, would have the authority to go less than that. They don't have to go to the full reduction. But, you know, for example, if towards the end of August, they want to spin things up to get ready for the fall programs, they can do that before the end of August. So that's the way the recreation ordinance works.
And some may inquire why this is part of the budget. And my response to that is that we're trying to contemplate, especially as to recreation employees, June, July, and August. So you got 1 month in this fiscal year and 2 months in next fiscal year. So the budget doesn't take effect until next fiscal year. So what we're trying to do is to take advantage of the situation and use June and the savings that we get in this year's budget by making these cuts would then create an additional fund balance on which we could draw next year. So we're trying to do that. So this could be effective as early as next week when you say final approval, because that's when it's effective. So we could furlough then for June. We could also consider furloughing all of the other employees like we were talking about for half a day a week or 1 day per pay period. We could implement that earlier than July the 1st and save some additional funds that way. Questions, comments, or thoughts?
I like to make a comment.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. I don't think any of us like doing any of the things that you just mentioned. I don't see a choice that we can take that's gonna help us to get to a state requirement. I think that's what's driving this whole thing. The state requires us to have a balanced budget when it gets passed. And the amount of money that's been lost, I think you pointed out last time, is substantial enough that there's no way to make it up.
That's correct, Commissioner Bivens. So, Commissioner Wynn, did you have something you wanted?
Yes, sir, I do. How does this affect our pension employees, these furlough days?
We talked about that, and basically my thought is it really doesn't affect them at all from a pension standpoint, because when you calculate your individual pension amount, you take your 3 highest years of salary. So this would factor into that, but your highest years, you may have had some of your highest years, or your highest years may be ahead of you, but you get your 3 highest years. So I don't think there would be any significant impact on calculation of pensions for individuals. The second thing is that the collective benefit to the pension plan, we always go through this actuarial analysis every year, and we have to make an annual required contribution to keep the pension fund not only solvent, but to where it'll pay out all of the benefits that is actuarially sound, I think is what the term that they use. So I don't think it's going to adversely impact anybody's pension.
Well, I mean, is there a difference between county pensions and city city pensions for employees? I was told there would be some effect by someone in the know within the city on the pensions.
I don't think there would be.
Yes, they would.
I've been told differently.
Any other questions, comments, or thoughts?
Yes.
Commissioner Watkins?
I haven't been adequately convinced that the consequences or the benefits of not providing any summer resources or alternatives for our youth is a good thing. And when I think about our budget impacts, right now your budget is balanced based off of a $10 million fund balance, $10 million coming from our savings from fund balance to balance the entire budget. If I'm understanding correctly, the cuts that you're proposing, these 73 employees, some of us which have worked for more than 20 years from us, is about $600,000 worth of savings. And like I say, I'm not sure if the cost benefit there when we talk about the impacts to public safety, crime, and everything else and just the enrichment of our youth, I have a concern with. And I'm also bothered by the fact that this is our third budget year because of some type of, I know one year it was, I can't even remember the reason, but this is our third year where we're taking out our budget on our recreation department. You propose to defund or completely defund or remove a recreation department. And I just don't go along with that, sir.
Well,
nobody likes it. I acknowledge that, Commissioner Watkins. But the situation that I think we're facing, as Commissioner Bivens said, really doesn't leave us much of an alternative. So if you've got to balance the budget, you got to figure out a way to do it. 80% of our budget is personnel, and it's mighty hard to figure out how to get the savings we need out of the other 20%. Commissioner Wynn, I see you trying to get my.
I think we haven't gone into the deep process of looking at the expenses and the things budgeted out there. So there's some other places I think some money can be cut that won't affect employees. And I'm kind of the same feeling that we always seem to pick on the rec department, but you know, in some months they aren't as active as other months. I realize that, but the summer months are when they're most active. It would seem like, of course, we've had a slowdown there too because of the virus. But I really hate that we always seem to pick on them. When we look at cutting things, especially to I call them non-governmental agencies, we know the pain needs to be felt all the way down. If we have to cut or furlough our employees, then they have to do it too. We have to cut them and they have to do the same thing. I mean, we're all in this together. So I just think we need to look a little further before we say we're going to furlough anybody right this moment. That's just my opinion. I know nobody wants to do that, but.
Right. Well, the further discussion,
motion
comments.
Motion to table.
Second.
Motion motion and second to table both been non-debatable. So all of those, I really need a roll call because it's going to be hard for me to try to figure out. Let Janice call the roll then, and this will be the motion to table both 2A and 2B.
Commissioner Tillman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Bivens, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
Table both.
Commissioner Lucas has left the meeting. Commissioner Schlesinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Shepard, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote?
Yes.
The vote is 7-1.
The ayes have it. These two items are tabled, but let me go back and say one other thing. They'll appear on the agenda next time, simply because I think we all contemplate getting additional information and perhaps using them. So rather than indefinitely disappearing from agendas, they'll be back on committee of the whole for our next meeting. So that takes us into the number. Question?
I said that's because that's how tabling works.
It did today.
Well, I mean, yeah, that it. Well, you know, my understanding of a motion to table is that it's not defeated. If you move and second to disapprove, and that's all, that's done. That's been disapproved. But where you table it for more information, get us more information about this, get us more information about that. It's not defeated, nor is it approved, but it comes back up for additional consideration. So that's all I'm saying. That we'll have it there, bring it up for additional consideration. We haven't defeated this. We hadn't. So it's still there, but that's just procedural, and we'll take it up in more detail as we need to. Next item that we're trying to get to is number 3, which is the repeal of Commissioner Watkins' 2% increase, and let's see if Dr. Moffitt can explain how this ended up costing us money, even though all it did was to put in a 2% bracket. We've got to assign everybody to the new pay scale. And even though it's only pennies or nickels or dimes of difference in a salary to get them to the new pay scale that's not less than what they're currently making, ends up with a price tag, I've been told, of somewhere between $100,000 and $300,000 estimated, because we hadn't done the math yet. And we acknowledged and admitted we have not taken that into consideration in this year's budget. We were told, "Whoops, did you take this into consideration?" And our answer was, "No, we really haven't." So if you say, "Well, we're going to enact that pay scale effective July," then I don't know what it does for the new pay scale that we're trying to put in place at whatever point. But we hadn't appropriated the money or found the money or put it in the budget, included it in the budget to enact this on July the 1st. So with that having been said, this is an ordinance to repeal the 2%. And now questions, comments, thoughts?
Yes.
That is. Yes. Well, see, just the background on this. Commission, you adopted this policy prior to your approval of the company to pay scale.
The what now?
You adopted this policy prior to you approving to hire the company to do the pay. And it was my understanding that the company doing the pay scale would do the pay scale, put in the new pay scale, and we will move forward from there. Michael reminded us that because you adopted this, that it is in place. Now, 2 things happen with that. And the best way to explain it is to try to use simple math. And what I was trying to say the other day is some of us were under the impression that the 2% pay scale only added a step in between the current pay scale, which are on steps of 4%. So it goes like 0, 4, 8, and we were thinking that only thing that your pay scale did, Commissioner, was added 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. That is not the case. Your pay scale, the numbers are cumulative, and that they really make additional to where they're not exactly, as I just said, the whole number 2, 4, 6, and 8. That is 450 and things like that. So it does cause. Alicia showed me after the meeting last week that based on her review, it does show where some of the numbers are higher, that if we were to put people on the pay scale now, it would change some of the current salaries, which would throw off the current pay scale study that we've already given the information to the company. So what I would like to do is, again, ask you, repeal your 2%, let us continue on with this pay scale. The information, we have the first draft, it came in Friday about 4 o'clock. So we're scheduled to talk to them today to, as we review it, and now we're trying to make the tweak. We have to take that information along with the Healthcare Advisory Committee, because we've committed to include them in this process, and continue on with the next steps of this process. So again, the pay scale that you adopted, I don't want to say it's not as simple as what I was led to believe in that. And Alicia has shown me that the numbers, and we don't really know where those numbers came from, because had you just done a simple 2% each in each step, then my thinking was that it really would be 2, 4, 6, 8, and not a cumulative pay scale.
And just to follow up, when it was passing, I knew that it was going to have an additional cost. This isn't our first pay scale. The first one we implemented that people are on now, the same thing was true. Because of the cumulative nature of it, the numbers aren't exactly clean. And when it was presented, that was a fact. And I am trying so hard to provide you guys with the framework in order to pay your employees. You make it so difficult. Every time there is a problem that relates to service delivery, your answer is there's a vacancy, we can't afford to pay it, we're below the market rate, particularly when it comes to the sheriff's department, which public safety is so important to all of us based on what we say. We know that we're like $5,000, $10,000 over. No matter what type of proposal is put on this board to try to pay your people, you, the mayor, and the staff always come up with a reason not to do it. And right now you're offering a repeal with no replace. Like you don't even have the pay scale that you're offering ready yet, and you already want to repeal something. You understand why this test is my faith, right?
Right, but the test of that is, I've always said we need to do something comprehensive. To pick out one department, the minute we do that, the other departments are wondering where theirs is. So that's why we went through this process of identifying a company to help us do a comprehensive pay scale that we can do all the salaries. Remember that's what we said from the beginning. That's what I've always stressed. Picking out one department, and yes, I agree, public safety is a priority department, but I have other departments that are saying the same thing. Public safety, we did a pay adjustment right before I got here. I got here 2 years ago, so I've led to believe that they did a pay scale adjustment for public safety 3 years ago, and nothing was done for the general departments.
So today you have a proposal that will put $300,000 at maximum, $300,000 extra in your employee's pocket. And you're rather than try to figure that out, your initial response is let's repeal it without a replacement.
The replacement is coming. We've told you, we are committed to to the draft that's coming back with the pay scale study that you paid a company to go out, do the market analysis. We're going through the information now. We're trying to, as I say, we are committed to implementing it on January 1. So we said that from the beginning. We've never waited.
Same time would be fair though. If you had one document that we need to repeal this to replace it with the new document, that would be a trustworthy exchange. Right now I'm having issues. And none of these are funded. So if you have a pay scale that's in the wings, you haven't placed funding for it, and it's more than the $300,000 that's here today. So,
well, the only thing that I can add, my thought is that if you repeal this new pay scale, that would leave you with the old one in place. So you wouldn't have nothing. You'd go back to the old one, but rather than add these new 2% steps, so everybody would stay where they are currently on the existing pay scale, and you wouldn't adopt a new interim pay scale. The second part of that is what's already been said, and that is it would throw off the figures that we've submitted to the consultant to help us come up with a new plan. I saw Commissioner Allen. He had a comment. I think he was waving his hand in front of the screen. No? Yes?
No, I'm gonna let y'all just fight this out. I mean, if it was me, I'd give it back to the commissioner and finance and let them go in and see if they couldn't work it out in the next couple of days. Because I think we're running too fast. I think we need to slow down. We're talking about furloughing people, certain people. We're talking about now on our ordinance. We've only been in this pandemic for 2 months or 2.5 months. We need to slow down and everybody get on the same page.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Any other questions, comments, or thoughts?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Allen on this. It seems to me that you know, nobody has to tell me, but I know that you guys have all probably been trying to work this out behind the scene, and to come on here and just put it on committee of the whole and just, I guess, force us to do what y'all can't work out behind the scene. Y'all have until June 9th. So keep working and working it out. And, you know, let's move on to something else.
Well, the only thing I'll say, and I appreciate that advice, but the only thing I'll say in response is that we know that unemployment benefits for the recreation employees, we know that the time that is June, July, and August. That's when we think there's going to be the lowest demand for recreational services. So if you postponed it now, so the soonest it could come back to the committee of the whole would be 2 weeks from now. Well, this is the end of May, so you're already halfway into June by the time you get it back. And right, so you've lost those 2 weeks, and these are 2 of the weeks where they would be entitled not just to unemployment benefits from the state, but also this federal COVID unemployment benefit that's going to expire at July the 31st, is my understanding. So the longer you postpone and delay and defer, the more problems you're creating for yourself down the road. But that's just my opinion. What other questions, comments, or thoughts?
Well, let me follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm interested in whatever comes out of the finance committee, because normally they would just recommend to us, and usually that committee would do the work and make a true recommendation. I think that committee needs to have the administration's input and then make the recommendation. And we can have a special call meeting within 24 hours to get this done prior to the next 2 weeks. So I'll reach out to Commissioner Watkins as well and Dr. Moffitt, but you know, it just seems like it needs to be worked out behind the scenes, in my opinion.
All right, that leaves us back where we are. Questions, comments. So can I get a motion? Is there a motion?
You got Mallory Jones.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I can't. He's not up on my screen. But Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Yes, sir. For what it's worth, you know, it's already been stated by Commissioner Bibbins. None of us want to furlough or take any measures like this, but I really think, for the most part, your budget was right on target, and I think this furlough with a half day each pay period is a very fair way to do it. None of us like it, but I think it's a fair way to do it, and we don't really have any choice. And so I know it's been tabled, and we're going to vote on that later on next time. But the other things, you know, I think overall the budget, you know, as far as the pay increase, I think if we do I think we're going to cause confusion if we do a two-step. We do a 2% now, and then we're waiting on the results for the pay study, which we need to do, and we're all committed to doing. I think we're better off to just do it one time. You'll have less complaints, less confusion, and ultimately everybody will be better off for it. Thank you.
Just one question, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Jones just mentioned a half a day per pay period, but is it a half a day a week and 1 day per pay period? 2 days?
Correct.
Correct?
That's what was proposed. Right.
1 half day per week, 1 full day per pay
Right.
period.
Correct.
I misspoke. You're correct.
And secondly, I agree with Commissioner Jones. We don't need to do this two-step thing. We've committed to the pay scale study for the second time, I might add. It's deja vu all over again. We need to see what that brings about, and we need to stay there and work with that, not some 2% going right now. It's going to mess up everything.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Jones, a second by Wynn. Further discussion? This would be to approve the ordinance, which would repeal the 2% pay scale that would have otherwise been effective July 1st.
Mr.
Other
Mayor.
questions, comments, or thoughts? Michael?
Yes, sir. I just want to clarify the legal effect of the resolution that's on the table, or that's before the board right now. So ordinance 019-0066 that was approved last fall had 3 sections in it. Section 1 is the section that implemented this 2% step pay scale. And so this ordinance that's before the board right now is to repeal that section. Sections 2 and 3, you may recall there was some discussion about including a policy for an automatic step increase as a cost of living measure for each year. And that was changed in the policies and procedures manual. But as I believe it was Christy Alucci pointed out, if we put it in as an automatic increase, and that affects our actuarial calculations for the pension. So it was put in as a permissive increase, and there's no reference to it being a 2% or 4% step change at all. And so this ordinance that's before the commission right now leaves intact that ambitional language that was added to the personnel policy and procedure manual to allow the commission discretion as part of the budget process to consider on an annual basis whether the financial conditions support doing a cost of living increase on a non-merit basis. And that leaves all of that intact. And as I believe you mentioned earlier, Mr. Mayor, repealer would put into effect the existing pay scale that is currently used right now, that is set to expire June 30th. It would just perpetuate that beyond the June 30th expiration date if this is approved. So I just want to clarify that for everybody, so you know.
And that's very helpful, Michael. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So this is the repeal of section 1 of ordinance 0-19-0066.
Follow-up question.
Follow-up question, Commissioner Watkins.
So if this is repealed, what is the administration's plan on the replacement legislation, timeline-wise?
To be perfectly honest, what we are contemplating was to implement the new pay scale on January the 1st. That is timeline-wise. But that's just my thought at this point, and certainly it's up to the commission to try to implement it sooner or later.
What is my ability, or when will I actually have documentation to make that decision? Right now, we don't have any.
Correct, and we're in the process. Dr. Moffitt just said the consultant sent us a very rough draft, is my understanding of what they sent, with some questions, some follow-up questions that we're supposed to get back with them later today, is what I understood. And as soon as we get something to show to the commission, believe me, we'll bring it forward. And we'll start with the budget and operations and finance committee, because that's where it's got to go.
All right, just to close that out. So should I be expecting to see something within the week, or?
Dr. Moffitt, I'm gonna turn it over to you. I would assume so, but maybe I'm misspeaking. Dr. Moffitt?
Yes, I have a very preliminary rough draft of something I could show you right now, but it is.
Does that provide a number and some guide as to where we're going, or is it just narrow?
Yeah, yes and no. What they told me, and I hadn't seen it, but what they told me, it had something like a light, medium, and full, and it ranged from something like $2 million addition to $6 million addition. How close is that, Dr. Moffitt?
But you're right. It was 3 to 8.
3 to 8.
They gave a minimum number, and they gave a maximum number.
Right. So.
And that was 3 to 8 for the annual, or for 6 months?
For the annual.
Okay.
So yeah, we got some decisions to make down the road as to the new pay scale and getting it in place and when it'll be effective. But right now, I think even the budget committee would appreciate repealing section 1 of this ordinance that puts a different pay scale in place July the
1st. Was that in the budget projection that we're?
No, sir. No, no, sir, it was not, Commissioner Schlesinger. That's what I acknowledged earlier. So we'd have to find some additional money to do that too, plus the manpower necessary to do all the calculations. Got a motion and second. Is there further discussion?
I wasn't finished, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I did have a conversation with Dr. Moffett last week, is that it's going to cost $4 million to implement the new pay scale. If I remember what Dr. Moffett told me, he said we were going to do half as of January the 1st, and then I'm not sure where the other half, comes in. But the thing that really disturbed me, I asked him whether there's money in the budget for implementing a new pay scale. He said no, and that the only source of funding for, let's say it's $2 million, if we're only going to do half, is going to be the reserves. So, we're talking about taking $10 million from the reserves just to balance what is really a deficit budget that we're looking at. And if we take another 2 million out or 4 million out, we're starting to go through it again. And I think we've really got to, put the brakes on before we're down to 5 million or worse again. I just can't see rifling through the reserve funding for everything, basically. So that's my 2 cents in here.
And those are excellent points for the budget discussion. What we're talking about right now, what the motion second is to repeal the ordinance that implements a separate or new pay scale effective July the 1st with a 2% increment in it that doesn't necessarily move anybody up by 2%, but to put them on the pay scale, pennies or fractions of nickels, dimes in hourly pay for people to do all that, then to try to substitute it again. So the motion and second is to repeal section 1 of the previous ordinance that we passed that had the 2% steps added to the pay scale. Further discussion on that item? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to repeal section 1 of that ordinance, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Got one no, Alan. So the ayes have it, and
no, two.
Two. Okay, we got 2 then. So there are 8 voting members. So it's 6-2. So the ayes have it. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 4, which is an application for a loan commitment out of our revolving loan fund down at Economic and Community Development to help facilitate the Macon Housing Authority's application for low-income housing tax credits. Dr. Moffett, are you going to talk about that, or am I? Want me to take a stab at it and you correct it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everybody I think will remember and recall the Mother's Day tornado that resulted in a grant from the state of money for disaster recovery loans, $750,000 to the city of Macon and $750,000 to the county. That $1.5 million was initially pledged to a project in the Atlantic cotton mills to convert the old Atlantic cotton mills to the loft apartments. Before they could get that closed, it caught on fire, burned to the ground. So the money sat there for another little while before the Dannenberg loft. People made application to use it. The entire 1.5 was paid to Dannenberg. That project went and has been very successful. The money was paid back and put into quote unquote a revolving loan fund. The Macon Housing Authority, it initially came in and asked for a loan that the commission approved for, I think, $1 million, and that was a couple of years ago to go toward Tyndall Fields and the renovation of Tyndall Fields, and that money will be repaid but over 20 years. And that leaves you with about $500,000 plus a little bit of interest in this, that, or the other. And now Macon Housing Authority is coming back again and asking for another loan because it helps them get points on their application for low-income housing tax credits. If there's a loan of money from a fund like this, it's a quasi-governmental fund, so they get extra points, and they're looking for extra points so that they can do low-income housing at the intersection of 7th Street and Walnut Street, next door to Daybreak, to put in low-income housing on that location. So that's what they're asking for. This would be a loan, and I cannot tell you right off the top of my head exactly what the terms of the loan are, but it does pay interest, and it's paid back over a period of years, interest and principal, over, I think, a 15-year amortization schedule. Dr. Moffitt, how bad did I mess you up?
I think you got the 30,000 foot view pretty good.
I'm being told, Dr. Moffitt, that Mike Austin is on the call and maybe may be able to correct us both. Mike, you want to step in?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, Mayor, you hit all the fine points. We are very excited about this potential property. 82 units of multifamily workforce / affordable housing. We'll roughly spend probably $13 million down there. We have formed a partnership with the Paul USA and Daybreak to build this property, and I think it will be a tremendous asset to the community. The other exciting piece of it, there will be 6 to 8 beds of respite care, which will be included in that particular property. And that allows for people who are homeless to go in and have care given to them. And that takes a little bit of pressure off emergency room visits and so on and so forth. So we're very, very excited about this, and we appreciate your consideration.
Mike, what is the interest rate, if you remember it, and what are the terms of the loan? Is it a 15-year amortization and you start paying back principal and interest?
Yes, sir. It's 15 years at 1.15%. Yes, sir.
Okay, because it's got to be a low interest loan in order to qualify to get points. So 1.15% interest, but it's a pretty good risk. The Macon Housing Authority has an excellent track record. If they don't get the housing tax credits, then they don't go forward, and the loan so it's conditional on them getting the low-income housing tax credits. But this is just our pledge to give them this amount of money to help them get the tax credits. Questions, comments, or thoughts? And if I don't have any, can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion. Got a motion and second. Further discussion.
Well, I'd like to have that 1.15% interest rate. Wow, Mike.
I hear you. Other questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Mike, thank you very much. We are at the end of our agenda for Committee of the Whole. So if there's no further business, I'll adjourn the Committee of the Whole. And Chairman Watkins, I understand your first order of business is to take a lunch break.
I'm gonna defer to Commissioner Bivens. How do you want to proceed with the rest of our day? I got one item. Let's do this one item, then we'll talk about budget. I have a motion to approve the minutes.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. First item on our appropriation agenda, hold on, it was there the whole time, is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a purchase agreement with Williams Communication in the amount of $53,193.55 for batteries and power supply adapters. This is to be paid from the computer and hardware and IT line. I have a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion, questions? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, this motion carries. That was all of our action for today, but of course we were planning to do budget hearings. Commissioner Lucas is still away, and I know some people, including myself, have gotten a bit lunchy. So I was going to ask Commissioner Bivens, at what point did you want to return today? And also wanted to ask Duke to think about, if we open this meeting up now and don't adjourn but reset on the return.
If you open up the meeting now and recess, say again.
Could I not recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Did we? No, we did put the notice in.
So I guess I'm asking, it's a technical thing. So if I adjourn the meeting and start a new meeting, then yes, I need a notice. But this meeting did not close. It just recessed for a time certain. Am I being too?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but under the, you got to give at least
Still don't work.
Notice of, yeah. If it's going another day, you're going to have to do 24 hours. You could do it till tomorrow afternoon. We could get the notice out 24 hours.
Okay. So, but needless to say, do y'all want comments? I can go from 1 to 5 today, but that might not be reasonable for others on the call. So I was trying to.
You know, if you want to take a break, that would be fine with me, and just do this for a couple hours or whatever afterwards.
All right, so 2 o'clock, is that
1:20 now.
2:30? What you need, an hour, 30 minutes? I can't hear.
You're muted, Janice.
I think somebody was saying 2:30 would.
Yeah.
2:30? All right. Oh.
So this is Rachel. We'll need y'all to dial back into the same meeting. You can leave, but it'll be the same meeting ID and code for you to get back into the meeting when you're ready to get back in, and we'll start a new live stream at that point.
Okay.
What time?
2:30. Unless I hear opposition now, we're adjourning for 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
Please have a quorum. All right, we're adjourned.
Just so I know, what information are we discussing? So I make sure I got everybody ready.
Yeah, Ms. Moore has been providing so far, but that staffing review section, I sent the email this morning.
Okay, so the stuff on
staffing review is what I would anticipate. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
All right.
All right.